4, 3.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes, and welcome to our special presentations on June 20th, 2023. We have two items on our agenda for special presentations. The first is a recognition of June as Pride Month, and the second will be a proclamation for our Parks and Recreation Department. At this time, I'm going to move down here to the microphone up front and get started with the first presentation. Good afternoon once again. And thank you to everyone here. Thank you to everyone watching at home for joining us for today's special presentations. Tonight, our first presentation is recognizing the month of June as Pride Month in the city of Moreno Valley. And with June coming to an end, it is only appropriate that we recognize this month as Pride Month. Helping us represent those who align with Pride are the folks at Riverside Pride Inland Empire. We have President Ray Yu and Vice President David Giron, and a third Secretary Ignacio Giron. At this time, if you could please join me up here at the microphone, and if we could please give them a big round of applause. Thank you again for coming. Thank you so much. Thank you again for coming. Pride Month is dedicated to the month of June as a celebration and commemoration of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender pride. June was chosen specifically due to the impactful Stonewall riots of 1969, a historic moment in American and LGBT history. With the original LGBT tag, it has since included a Q and a plus sign to represent those who identify as queer and to signify all other gender identities not specifically mentioned. Although Pride Month is designated as June, LGBTQ plus individuals and Riverside Pride celebrate and continue their outreach year-round. Earlier this month, Riverside Pride held their second annual gala fundraiser and award ceremony right here in the city of Moreno Valley at our very own Conference and Recreation Center. Those funds received and delivered will directly assist in Riverside Pride's second annual Pride Festival later this year in September. With Pride happening everywhere and all the time, this helps Riverside Pride's mission of channeling visibility into impact. Whether it be holding public events to educate, serve as a beacon for resources, or foster relationships between intergovernmental agencies and nonprofits, Riverside Pride does so much more than celebrate the month of June. Riverside Pride is a great example of how a brighter community is rising in the city of Moreno Valley. With that, I'd like to present this proclamation here to the left of me to Riverside Pride Inland Empire, recognizing June as Pride Month. And we thank you for all of the work that you're doing on a regular basis for our entire community. So at this time, I would like to turn the microphone over to you if you'd like to share a few words. The floor is all yours.
Thanks. I'll just make it quick. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for recognizing the queer community. We appreciate it and are grateful to have the visibility within Moreno Valley, especially during Pride Month. Our organization will continue to bring visibility and create safe spaces for all queer individuals in the Inland Empire. Thanks.
Just let us know. All right. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much, and one more big round of applause for Riverside Pride. Thank you so much for being here with us. And at this time, I will call up my colleague from District 4, Councilmember Shaylinda Bernard, for our next presentation.
forget I'm small. Good evening. It is my pleasure to present a proclamation recognizing our Parks and Recreation Month. Our Parks and Community Services staff collectively provide fun and safe activities for our residents in the spaces to enjoy the outdoors while reaping the physical and emotional health benefits that residents may gain by partaking in recreational activities and outdoors. The resources offered by our Parks and Community Services Department help our residents to broaden their social networks, reduce their stress, increase resiliency, help prevent our younger residents from becoming bored or backsliding during summer breaks, which a lot of our children are going through right now. Additionally, some of our recreation programs ensure that children who come from economically disadvantaged homes receive balanced and nutritious meals during the summer. Parks and Recreation Month is also a celebration of the raw natural beauty that our country possesses and is a call to preserve the natural environments for the enjoyment of future generations. So with that, tonight accepting this proclamation is Parks and Community Services Director Jerry Bubnick. Can you please come up, Jerry? I called you Jerry, didn't I? Jeremy. I have a whole crew. You have a whole crew? Okay, everybody coming? Okay. Yay! Thank you. Come on. Fill in. Yeah, fill in. Thank you. In light of all the important benefits of parks and recreation, the mayor and the city council of the city of Moreno Valley hereby issues the following proclamation. Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of our community and are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of a community and region. And whereas parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of the air we breathe, provide vegetation buffers for development, and produce habitat for wildlife. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the city council of the city of Moreno Valley, on behalf of its citizens and staff, does hereby proclaim this month of June as Parks and Recreation Month and pay tribute to our Parks and Community Services Department professionals, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions that they make to our community and quality of life today on June 20th of 2023. So thank you, guys. Jeremy, would you or anyone of your team have anything they'd like to say?
Sure, real quick.
Okay.
I just want to thank Mayor and Council and say what an absolute honor and privilege it is to work with this great team that I have here. We do a lot of wonderful things throughout the year to help make Moreno Valley a better place to live, work, and play. And we love what we do, and we love serving the community. Thank you.
And with that, you guys ready to take a group photo so Jeremy can put it in his office?
So the taller folks, if I can get on the top step, and then the shorties in the front, everyone else in the middle, we're all just going to scooch in just a little bit.
Hold on, I'm trying to get the rest of my...
You want me to kneel?
No.
Everybody,
Yeah.
We can get you on the side.
Can you do the splits, Jeremy?
I wouldn't be able to get up, but I could. All right, looks like we have everyone. All right, nice big smiles. 1, 2, 3. Wonderful.
Alrighty. And with that, that'll conclude our special presentations for this afternoon, and we will be back in approximately 18 minutes to start our regular council meeting. Thank you.
3.
Good evening, buenas tardes, and welcome to the joint meeting of the City Council of the City of Moreno Valley Community Services District, City as successor agency for the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Moreno Valley Housing Authority, Moreno Valley Public Financing Authority, the Board of Library Trustees, and Moreno Valley Community Foundation. The City Council receives a separate stipend for CSD meetings. I now call this meeting to order on June 20th, 2023 at 6 p.m. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Mr. Doug Tanney, and the invocation will be given by Bishop L. Kirk Sykes from Crossword Christian Church. Mr. Tanney?
Thank you. Good evening. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tanney. And if we could please remain standing for the invocation from Bishop Sykes.
Amen. Let's look to the Lord. Our Father and our God, we thank you for this day that you have made. We thank you for this space and time. Father, I uplift this city council to you right now. I pray that you continue to bless them with wisdom and direction. We thank you for our leader, Mayor Cabrera. I pray that you continue to cover him as he leads the great city of Moreno Valley. You have great things in store for all of us. So Father, I just pray right now that we can come together and do your bidding as we meet the needs of the people. Allow us to realize that we have a pathway to success for all of us. So Father, again, touch these city council members, touch those in attendance. Let us all know that we are on the same team, pushing forward your agenda. It's in Christ Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tanney and Bishop Sykes. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz,
Present.
Councilmember Marcus,
Here.
Councilmember Bernard,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Delgado,
Here, ma'am.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Here. Staff introductions, please.
Jane Halstead, City Clerk.
Patty Rodriguez, Senior Deputy City Clerk.
Paul Bradvica, Deputy City Clerk.
Stephen Quintanilla, Interim City Attorney.
Mike Lee, City Manager.
Ryan Mohan, Assistant City Manager, Chief Financial Officer, City Treasurer.
Michael Lloyd, Assistant City Manager for Development.
Sean Kelleher, Acting Community Development Director.
Melissa Walker, Director of Public Works.
Jeremy Bubnick, Parks and Community Services Director.
Ken Reichel, Chief Police.
And Jesse Park, Fire Chief.
Thank you very much, staff. Always a pleasure to be here with you. A reminder that the city is currently offering Spanish translation services if anyone is interested in this feature. La ciudad actualmente ofrece servicios de traducción al español. Si alguien está interesado, por favor, nos avisan. Before we hear public comments this evening, I ask and encourage everyone participating to keep their comments respectful toward others, especially toward the individuals speaking. I embrace and support the First Amendment right to free speech, including everyone's right to speak at this meeting and to share their views about issues concerning our city. But we can be more productive, by being civil and respectful toward one another in this meeting. Finally, I ask that speakers bear in mind that comments will be limited for each speaker, and I encourage everyone to refrain from duplicating comments already made by others, other than to note that you agree or disagree with the prior comments. In order to preserve the meeting decorum, council and staff will not respond during public comment. Any council comments or questions to staff may be addressed during the council closing comments. Public comments on matters not on the agenda under the jurisdiction of the City Council. Each speaker will be allowed a total of 3 minutes to comment on any and all items which are not on the agenda, which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on non-agenda items?
Yes, we are, but we're currently still tabulating them. But I do have two, Brandon Karn and Seth Cox.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Hello, I'll just wait for the timer.
All right, thank you. One of the things I wanted to come forward about was the park spending. I noticed that we have done a lot of improvements in the park, which I am very proud of. Particularly, I've been visiting Marchfield Park frequently for a number of reasons. That park, I am very glad to see, has seen a number of improvements I've been complaining about for months. The water fountains by the soccer field were replaced. That's good to see. I'm very glad to see that. There was a light on the community center itself that's been replaced. I'm glad to see. And several months ago, I emailed the entire council about several trees that are along the softball field where the veterans housing is, because it was very evident that those had lit on fire, probably more than once, from the telephone wire that was above it. And all those trees have finally been removed. So I'm glad to see those improvements made. As I have noticed the park changing, I noticed a flyer that was saying that there's a contractor currently working on re-cementing the parking lot and the paths in front of the community center. I am glad to see that finally done, or being done. However, I have several suggestions or areas I'd like to see addressed as part of this. We've kind of left Marchfield Park to kind of rot away since the base was decommissioned in '96, and a lot of that infrastructure kind of looks like it's out of the Transformers movie. It's just being left there abandoned and forgotten. There are a number of issues in front of the community center. You have cracked pavement. There is a large concrete wall and palm tree parts that fall down in front of that building I think could just be removed. I have had a lot of years wondering, when are we finally going to connect the Graham, that part becomes Riverside Drive from Graham, to the parking lot, and finally paving that. It's mainly dirt now. Anyone going to there to use that site, the skate park, the soccer fields, whatever, has to drive through potholes, weeds, you name it. Why has that not been paved? And we've had that access to that for decades. I would say with this contractor, pave that parking lot finally connect it to the main road there. Fix the issue with the cement in front. I also noticed that the double doors that go inside of the community center, they're not equal in terms of wheelchair access. One has a ramp, both sides don't. Both sides could easily have a ramp. And we're going to talk about the arts policy shortly, but that front wall on the community center has been the subject of talk of a commission by the city for a mural. It's prime real estate for a mural commission. But what I think you need to do is take down the palm trees in front of it. There's a pink wall that looks like it was probably built in the 60s or the 70s. This contractor, since it's working on the park now, could take a sledgehammer right to that wall, that little pink wall that's in front, and take out all that foliage, and you'd have a prime project site there and a lot more open space, and it's safer. So that's a suggestion I make as you are doing the parks right now. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Seth Cox, Joanna Stephan, and David Zeitz.
Good evening. I'm Seth Cox, District 3. Some of you know me. Couple of items tonight. First one is a safety issue that I think, and I will give code enforcement kudos for responding to my first call on it. Southeast corner of Alessandro and Oliver, where D.R. Horton is putting in 200 homes. They've put up their fencing with their sunscreens, visual screens, and then finally their little orange short wall. If you are coming south out of Oliver there, you can't see to the left. You still can't. They did respond and took down the shade cloth about, 100 feet down on each side, but it's still a safety issue. There's been so many close calls in the last 2 weeks down there. Someone's going to get majorly injured. So please, if anything else, move the shade cloth further down so people can see further down on Alessandro to come out. So that's my safety issue. The other is code violations. There's still a lot of code violations in District 3. Semi-truck parking, I believe illegally on Spruce Street over near Moreno Ranch Supply. Okay, there's even people advertising on Facebook for semi-truck parking in Moreno Valley. I know it's not authorized because it's not one of the approved facilities down on whatever district that is, on the south side. And they're charging $450 a month to park a truck and a trailer out there. If the city just opened up some available space, they could do the same thing. Revenue people, if you're wanting money, make places for the trucks to park legally so people can be watched, okay? Other than that, that's about it. I did hear my handler retired. When I started coming here speaking earlier this year, Manny took me under his wing, I guess, and that's who I talked to. So now I don't know who to give my paperwork to anymore. So, Manny, thank you if you're listening tonight for being my handler for a few months, and I will find someone else, and I think I know who it is. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll make sure to get you connected here with staff. Thank you very much.
The next three speakers are Joanne Stefan, David Zeitz, and Daryl Terrell.
Okay, I'm just here to give a big shout out to the Juneteenth celebration that was held on Saturday. It was a wonderful event. Everybody had fun. There was good food. Whoever catered that did a wonderful job. Some of my people had like 2 or 3 servings. I love the greens myself. And I really did. I'd never tasted them. And I just want to tell everybody, next time come out next year, because it is something that is an inclusion for everyone. My son, I invited him last minute, and he came out with his daughter, and I told him about the dominoes contest. And he didn't think he'd be able to get into it. I didn't think he would either. And lo and behold, he was able to get in on it. And he took second place. I was shocked. I was sitting in the rec room, and there he comes strolling his ice chest, and Russell had his chair, and I mean, it was just, they were so ecstatic. And he called me at least twice after he got home and said, "Mom, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to next year." They already signed them up for next year because they took first and second place. So I just want to say it's really a fun event for everyone. You know, whether you're you know, it's your ethnicity, it doesn't matter. It's an inclusion event. And then my daughter-in-law asked a lot of questions at Moreno Valley College because she's getting back in. So there's a lot of things on those booths that you can see. And so I just wanted to give a big shout out, and you guys did a wonderful job. And I know this is the second year, and I just hope next year it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So big thank you.
The next three speakers are David Zeitz, Daryl Terrell, and Bob Palomares.
Good evening. I want to give out kudos for a nice job that they're doing paving the roads. Slurry's a little bad, but the paving's good. But I don't know if any of you have driven down Ironwood from Kitching to Redlands. They pretty much chopped it up with their striping. It's like driving Disneyland at Topia. They put in a bunch of right turn only lanes and left all the left turns to block the traffic. I mean, if you're talking about flow, you would figure you would put a left turn pocket in because they're waiting for oncoming traffic, and then just give a little wider lane so that people can turn right to go into their neighborhoods. Since they put right turn only lanes, now they had to bring the bike lane out in the middle. Now I know a bunch of bikers, and they say they will never sit out there in the traffic on Ironwood, because now they're out there where people are doing 55, 60 miles an hour, and they're a lane away from the curb. I think they need to take it back to the left turn pockets and let right turns go as they flow. Also, by the school on Kitching, there was a right turn only lane there. Been there for years, since I can remember. It helps the parents turn right and drop their kids off at school. I brought it to the attention of our traffic department, actually came down to City Hall, got on the little red bat phone to talk to them up in the office, gave them my name and number. They said they'd get back to me. Well, that's been 4 weeks. Haven't heard back. But I did also talk to a gentleman last meeting, said he would look into it. That's actually, I think, Kitching. They didn't put the right turn only lane back in. They made it go straight through. Well, instead of putting the right turn lane only back in, they just took down the signs. I'm wondering what study was done to eliminate that lane. Because whenever we ask for a stop sign or whatever, there's got to be studies done. So now we've eliminated a right turn only lane that helps the kids get in school safely. And I haven't heard of any study about it. Coming the other way on Ironwood, I believe it's either coming off Moreno Valley or Redlands. You come up over the rise in the lane that's designated. When you come over the rise, you're in the bike lane. You have to make a left turn to not drive in the bike lane. I'm all for bike lanes, but if you stand where I live, which most people know where I live because of the Girl Scout cookies, You look down the hill, it looks like pixie sticks down by Vista de Cerros, the way they lined it all out. It just doesn't make sense. There's no flow to it. I think you're going to get more people. There was a left turn lane, I'll make it real fast, left turn lane at Vista de Cerros. We did the big study a few years back. They put it in because people were getting rear-ended. They put a right turn lane only in, but they didn't put the left turn pocket back in again. So now we got people stopping in the main flow of traffic. They're going to start being rear-ended again because people come down that hill real fast. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Darrell Terrell, Bob Palomares, and Tom Gerald Sr.
Hi, my name is Darrell Terrell. Good evening. A couple of weeks ago at the county's Behavioral Health Commission, where I serve as chair, I learned that last month 7 people died in our community that were caused by a suspected drug overdose. It was a mix of opiates, stimulants, and other drugs. Fentanyl is killing our kids, our family members, and neighbors. People are unknowingly or accidentally ingesting fentanyl, and it takes so little to turn into a lethal dose. While more can be done at the state and federal levels, we as a city have at least one tool at our immediate disposal to save lives: Narcan. It's a life-saving antidote to fentanyl poisoning and opiate overdose. It can counteract life-threatening side effects of opium, like slow breathing within minutes. It's safe with no side effects. Our city should make Narcan nasal spray available and accessible to all city employees and to our residents in designated and city facilities in public location. We have access to that because of a state of a order back at 2017. And according to the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority, there's little risk associated with supplying Narcan nasal spray to city employees who may come in contact with individuals experiencing a fentanyl poisoning or opiate overdose. Moreover, statutes like the California Good Samaritan Law protects people who act in good faith to assist someone in experiencing a medical emergency. Narcan can and only save lives if we make it available to everyone. I would like for our city to consider working with our county behavioral health department and nonprofit organizations in obtaining Narcan nasal spray and maintaining an availability in designated and city facilities and public spaces in our community. You know, education is one crucial component to combat fentanyl. And our city should collaborate with the behavioral health department to go on our social media platforms to educate residents, to including training seminars on how to use Narcan nasal spray to bring awareness and understanding the risk of using opiates and fentanyl. The county's already doing it in county facilities. And I think we as a city can work through the county to get the nasal sprays we need and work with them to place in designated areas so people can have access to them so we can save lives. So that's all I have to say about it. I'm not speaking on behalf of the Behavioral Health Commission. I'm speaking on myself, but we should do it to save lives, and we can do it. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Bob Palomares, Tom Gerald Sr., and Pete Bleckard.
Good evening. First of all, I always thank police and fire for the great job they do every day. I couldn't agree more with Darrell about that Narcan and the opioids. And I remember reading about a sheriff deputy just touching it, and they had to give him that Narcan, I think more than twice. You know, and some of these people, if they keep doing this, the Narcan starts to have less and less effect. And, you know, it'll get to the point where it won't save you. So, yeah, man, we need to get real tough on that. But what I wanted to speak about was I remember Mr. David Marquez one time when they were having looking into the illegal appointment, that he said at the time that they removed LaDonna Jemison at the council meeting, isn't the AG supposed to remove her? Well, he didn't need to. The DA did. Well, you did. You were forced to. But the AG has spoken on your case, and you're still sitting there. You know, you put up a GoFundMe page, which is fine. You know, everybody's entitled to do whatever they want. But for you to smear some of the council members, that's, you're sinking lower. I didn't think you could, but you are. You know, you made the bed. Now you need to lay on it. You know, Marcus, you shouldn't even be on there because actually you don't serve no purpose at all. I mean, I'm glad you got a gas allotment because driving from Riviera to here, you use some pretty good gas back and forth. But you should do the right thing. I know you won't, but you should. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Tom Gerald Sr., Pete Bleckard, and Luis Palomares.
Tom Gerald Sr., speaking on behalf of myself, Mayor Cabrera, Mayor Pro Tem Delgado, council members, members of staff, and the public, both here in the chamber and watching at home. Thank you for the opportunity to address our council. First, I want to give some really great kudos to the Juneteenth celebration. I did make it. I was a little kind of towards the end there, candidly. We had work to do, but I got some great food. I'll tell you, I thought coming in late I'd get some, kind of well done stuff, but they must have put a fresh batch on. It was really good. Although I couldn't find the greens. They didn't have any greens, so I love greens. I'm glad Joanne tried them. One of the neat things, I talked quickly to some of the vendors, and they all seem very happy. And that to me is really coming from a restaurant family. Those people do a lot of work, and it's a lot of effort to do these venues. So I was happy they had a good turnout. So, most of all, you had happy people. So I hope it continues to grow. I can get there earlier next year. Police and fire, continued kudos for their good work, and I especially was happy to hear, and maybe Mayor Pro Tem Delgado can talk a little bit later about the county budget overall. The county set a very generous budget for the sheriffs, which is important because if we don't have a big enough pool to draw from, all the contractors you can have all the deputies they want, and you got to have, that's where it starts. And I was personally lobbying that ever since we had our series of break-ins. So I want to thank the county, and we should thank the county for that. They did a good job, and I think they still have a balanced budget, so it's all good. But I thank you. And of course, our planning staff and our public works and building and safety, I got a great team there, Parks and Rec. Planning Commission, we're lagging on these appointments. What concerns me, we got 4 members. All it takes one to have a bellyache, and I don't think we have a quorum, and then we can't conduct business. And these customers, and that's what they are, they wait sometimes a couple of years to get in front of a public hearing, and then maybe have it canceled at the last minute, and that's how it happens. Is really rough. So we need to make those commissions. I continue to support Darrell Terrell. He didn't ask me for that endorsement, but I think he's a nice, qualified young man, and would do a great job. And I also would encourage you to bring back the alternates. We had that for a little while. I think it's a great program, and that way we're always staffed up and ready. And it's kind of like your minor league. So you've got some people in waiting for the future. So they're not coming in cold, and they know what's going on. So I think it's a good thing. And I think they ought to get a raise. So I don't have any business coming to Planning Commission. And then on the way in, I heard the Mayor of Fontana. They were doing something very innovative. They're moving their 4th of July to the 1st. And the reason they're doing it is because of the illegal fireworks, because their celebration ties up so much police things so that they can go out and watch it. So, and I don't like moving holidays, but it seemed like I have some wisdom behind it. And so something I wanted to throw out. So I wish you all a great holiday, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
The next 3 speakers are Pete Bleckard, Luis Palomares, and Roy Bleckard.
Well, I want to talk about the Jebsen story that's been going on for a long time. Jebsen stood right out here in the middle of the street right before you enter in here with her recall Baca. She got the recall done. She got elected. People couldn't stand her after 2 years and voted her out of office and got Baca back in. That's where the whole problem is. And then later on, we decided that the 2 geniuses up there were going to put her in again after Baca died. What was that all about? And then when you were told you couldn't do that, and you kept it up and kept it up. Wouldn't give us no explanation. I wasn't going to talk about it because I know some of you. But no, you just can't stand not talking about it or saying anything or even apologizing. You think you're right all the time. That's why we have the problem we have. So it's coming up again tonight on an H item, which we're going to talk about. I will talk about that also. So let's get that straightened out, why we're here about H. Because we have our hate going on, just like we had with the Flick, the Dick, and the King that was sitting up there for over 10 years with their 3-0 vote. And now you wanted your 3-0 vote to do what you wanted to do. It didn't work. Why is it costing us all this money to go through this whole thing? So that's my problem with that. Now, the second thing, the mayor took a shot at me, I believe so, when he said he had to vote for that deal over there in Edgemont. Well, and if you're that much of a man, stand up and vote no. You know, even though you were forced, you sure weren't forced out on the vote with Jepson. And all you could talk about is the airplanes crashing. I can tell you, because none of you were here, a B-47 crashed on the west side of 395, one on the south side, one on the north side. I was here and watched them all crash, plus one that never got off the runway. And none of them got over there where these people are having a problem. They're all over there. So I've seen all them. I've seen all the B-29s that crashed here during the Korean War. So I've seen a lot of them crash around here. So telling me about where everybody crashed and why you can't do nothing about Edgemont. Now, I've been here a hell of a lot longer than all of you people and everybody over there. So don't tell me you have history that you didn't live. I lived it and you didn't.
The next two speakers are Luis Palomares and Roy Bleckard.
Luis Palomares, community activist. It really grieves my spirit to be here again because there's so many great things in the city going on. But we got this vindictive mayor that lives on revenge, vindictiveness, jealousy, let's get even with the people in the community. You don't like them? He lies about them. Shame on you, Cabrera, again. You got us on the Titanic. You got us on a train wreck. You want us to turn the page, but you give us all the ammo. Every time there's another meeting, you put other stuff on the agenda, this, that. When's the next shoe gonna fall? You know, the staff's probably on needles and pins. They don't know what you're gonna do next. It's sad that they gotta work under these conditions because you're a mayor that don't really, really know what you're doing. And you know, the pastor came and said a prayer. Wow, I agree with that. But when you got a boy running the city that don't even know what he's doing, and when he, you know, and then he says, oh, the staff recommend it. No, I think you do a lot of this stuff. You recommend it, and then you wipe it off on them. You clean your feet. You throw them under the bus. We know we know who you are, what you do. It's a shame. It's a shame. I know you're going to be working for a higher office down the road. This is just a stepping stone for you. You know, when other council members bring something to the council, they do their homework and they bring it. You don't even do your homework. The last time about the pool issue, you didn't even know what page you were on. And you insisted, oh, well, let's just talk about it. We're not going to vote. It's just a discussion. But that's how you weasel your way in. We're just going to talk about it. Then you get and the second guy here, right, Marcus, he's the either one that makes the motion or I'll second that or I motion. That's all he's good for. You know, we're such an embarrassment to the other communities. You don't think they know what's going on here because you have us on the Titanic, Cabrera? You say no. You're always on a 24-hour campaign trail. Wow, you're going to have 6 or 7 weeks to campaign all the time. It's so sad. Why don't you do what we need, like for the trucks? Like people were talking about parking for trucks, the Arts Commission, the debt fees we could have had. $30 million. I can't get over that one. I'm sorry. $30 million. We could have done a lot for the library, for the truck, for all kinds of community pool, for everything. But no, you think you know what you're doing because you're on your personal agenda. It's all about you. and you beat it down until, you know, all these commissioners came for the boards. They were good, they were qualified, but they looked like they were, you know, applying for a $200,000 job a year. They were just coming to get on one of these boards. But you beat that horse down. I'm not saying they weren't qualified. I'm not saying they weren't great people. But you said, don't worry, we're going to be relentless. We're going to keep on doing. We're not going to stop till we get it. And that's what you do with this council, and that's what you do with the staff. You're like a 2-year-old. Grow up. Grow up, please.
The final speaker is Roy Bleckard.
2 weeks ago, Tuesday morning, I filed an updated complaint with the Public Integrity Unit of the District Attorney of Riverside County. From the actions that started in about October 6, 2021, with the updated evidence of what I believe and has not to this day been refuted by anyone as an illegal takeover of this city attempt by Mr. David Marquez, Mr. Cabrera, and LaDonna Jemison. Please answer the questions. You know, we probably wouldn't hear this stuff had you have been honest, had you been forthright and transparent. Get out your pencils, because something unprecedented, at least in my experience, happened. In less than 10 hours, I got a reply from the Riverside County District Attorney Special Prosecution Section, giving me a number on the complaint. So anybody that wants to check it out, it's been posted publicly, but it's CON 2023-157-015. So anybody that wants to check it out or see if there's something going on down at the district attorney's office or whatever, there you've got it. What that's called is transparency. Many people claim it. Very few people actually do it. You don't even have to do that. I posted it. It's all around most of the sites. You can read the evidence for yourself of what went on. Again, we sat in silence. We sat in no action. We, the people, have to push, prod, pull. And then what's really disconcerting about this is from daises, not only this one, go check out Riverside County and Mr. Chuck Washington. We get denigrated. Oh, we don't want to deal with you. Oh, we don't want to have debates with you. Oh, we don't have to talk to you. This is what creates what you see today. What you just heard. You heard of multiple people coming out here pointing out what's going on. I gave you a video about a week ago. I'm asking every one of you on the dais, the city manager and his comments, by the time your comments in, have a response to each one of those concerns I brought up and what's being done to remedy them. If you don't, you're not doing your job.
That concludes public comment, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. That brings us now to public comments on matters on the agenda. If anyone wishes to speak on any items on the consent calendar, you will have a total of 3 minutes to comment on all items on the consent calendar. If you wish to comment on any other items on the agenda other than the public hearing calendar, you will have a total of 3 minutes to comment on each item at the time the item is called up for consideration. If we have a large number of speakers, it may be necessary to reduce the amount of time to allow for the City Council to conduct its full business. For public hearing items, each speaker will be provided with at least 5 minutes to provide testimony on each public hearing item. We are now going to move to our joint consent calendar, section A through E on the agenda. All items listed under the consent calendar, sections A, B, C, D, and E, are considered to be routine in nature and non-controversial, and may be enacted by one motion unless a member of the City Council or any affiliated agency requests that an item be removed for separate action. The motion to adopt the consent calendars is deemed to be a separate motion by each agency and shall be so recorded by the City Clerk. Items withdrawn for report or discussion will be heard after the public hearing items. At this time, I will turn to my colleagues and ask to see if there are any items that you would like to remove for separate action.
Yes.
Okay, I do see a hand raised by Mayor Pro Tem Delgado, and then we'll go to Councilmember Bernard next.
As far as the consent calendar, I've been advised by the City Attorney's Office that since the contract under A14 affects my employer, which is Riverside County Sheriff's Department, that I must recuse myself from discussing or voting on that item only. However, since the item is on the consent calendar, I do not have to leave the dais during the vote. So A14.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. So recusal for item A14 from Mayor Pro Tem Delgado. Okay, we have Councilmember Shaylinda Bernard.
I would like to remove A18 for separate action.
Okay, item A18, that is the public art item for the public art policy that will be moved to later in the meeting. Okay, other than those two, are there any further requests from the council? Okay, seeing none, we will continue to any city council questions from staff if desired at this time. Seeing none, we will move on to public comments on the consent calendar items other than those that were removed for separate action. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on consent calendar items?
Yes, we do, Mayor. About 18. Pardon me, about 10.
10, okay. And I think I see most are on item A18.
Yes.
So for item A18, we will call up for public comment when that item comes up after the consent calendar.
Okay.
Other than that, I think we may have public comment for
3 of them.
a couple of other items.
Uh-huh. So I'll go ahead and call him up. Brandon Carn. Well, no, he's on 18. 18.
I believe it might be Mr. Roy Bleckert
Roy Bleckert.
for items A28, A15, and A25.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mm-hmm.
Someone always has to be the odd man out. A15, the budget review, it starts off with 2021, we got a fiscally sound award. I encourage you to go to transparent.org, which lists salaries and benefits and a lot of things of all of our public agencies in California. You can go look, and somebody in this room who is not on the dais and not in the well, but a public employee, so they're not an executive staff member or anything like that, cost the citizens of the city of Moreno Valley $280,000. And you can go through that whole rendition. You want to see where the budget problems are? You want to know why things don't get done? Go look at that. Go ask yourself and look. Look at the compensation levels, and I'm not necessarily picking on the city of Moreno Valley. Go to the River City, go to the county of Riverside, go to San Mateo County. It will probably shock you of what goes on. But when you say fiscally sound in that, again, I've asked, tell me your unfunded mandates, I'll tell you if you've got a structurally balanced budget. 825, Pete's been in here, he was on the Utility Commission. We went through it, and I'll just give you a summary. This whole con of buying credits and back and forth, you know what? Those credits can go to buy the dirtiest coal-fired electricity generated from Utah and go and buy to charge that electric charging vehicle you put in. This is a sham, and what it has done, you know why you're paying the highest electricity prices in the nation and going higher? It's because of the con you've been sold, and you keep pushing it. You were warned. Everybody was warned. This is why the Utility Commission, we will talk about it later, should be gone, because it is not effective, because the insanity keeps going and we keep paying for it. 828, the Vagrant Housing Act, as I call it. You tell me, affordable housing, Tell me how that housing is going to cost less per square foot than a conventional house being built. You're running a con again. And then on top of that, it's for COVID or medically this or that. Don't tell me they're going to say, well, you know, this guy has a fentanyl addiction and this and that, and we're going to twist it. What you're going to see, you think it's bad now. You keep on this trajectory, you ain't seen nothing yet.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So at this time, we will go ahead and conclude the public comment for the consent calendar items, excluding item A18 for the public art policy. And at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendars, again, for the record, with a recusal for item A14 from Mayor Pro Tem Delgado and excluding item A18.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. And that motion passes unanimously with 5 yeses. So we will now go ahead and move to our next section on our agenda, which is item F on the agenda. And under item F, for public hearings, we have one item, which is a public hearing for establishing appropriations GAN limit for fiscal years 23-24. And we have a report from Financial and Management Services.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. This is a very routine item done annually based on Proposition 4 from 1979, which basically places a limit on the amount of tax proceeds that can be budgeted and appropriated each year. As all of the information is detailed in the report, just to highlight a few things on the general fund and on the community services district, we still have significant capacity within our limits based on the calculation as set forth in the legislation that I had stated. Basically, Section 7910 of the State Government Code also requires that annually the governing body of any jurisdiction adopt via resolution the GAN limit calculation in which is sent to the state and on our website publicly. Therefore, as the limits, the calculation has been made public for some time now. Since June 1st, all of this information has been made available on the city clerk's desk and area in front of their office, along with the public notice that was in the press enterprise. I am available for any conversation that you may have or questions that you may have. Just please note that the public hearing that we are going to hold, we are combining both the city and the community service district into one public hearing as suggested and available per government code and our city attorney. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Brian. That brings us next to any council questions of staff. If you have any questions, please hit your speaker button. I'll make sure to call on you. Seeing no questions, we will go ahead and open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
We have one request from Roy Bleckard.
Okay, Mr. Bleckard.
How many of you know the history of the GAN spending caps? They came out of a little proposition known as Prop 13 in 1978. A lot of people are in their homes of that proposition, but a guy named Jerry Moonbeam Brown got with Paul Gann in 1979. Said, you know what, we need to quit hosing the people. Moonbeam Brown put on a special election the GAN spending caps in 79, and they passed overwhelmingly. It capped the 78 budget and allowed it not to grow past population inflation increase. If there was any overage of taxation, it was refunded to the people. In 1978, the citizens of California got a $1 billion tax refund. One segment of our society was extremely upset about that. They are teachers. In 1988, they put Prop 98 on the ballot and mandated that 40% of the general fund budget go to K through 12 educations because it was going to be better. Mind you, we were number one in education at the time in the United States. But you know, we could not let that $1 billion go back to the citizens. Then, in 1991, they got a hold of then Assemblyman John Garamendi and passed Prop 111, which essentially gutted the GAN spending caps. It took us till 2022 or 21 in the funny money, and we printed so much and inflated the economy so much, even with the gutted GAN spending caps they kicked in. Where's your big tax refund? Had, and this was a study put on by the Reason Foundation, had we have kept the original GAN spending caps in place and not passed 111, we could have paid for every infrastructure, water, sewer, road project with cash, no bonds, schools, and everything else. The public indebtedness that you're paying with interest, the extra taxes of that are because of government policy, influenced by the people that we've entrusted to educate our kids and protect us. So when you hear that, and I usually come up here every year, and people ask, well, why does it go on? Well, nobody in the cabal ever explains that. As I said, you talk about transparency. You talk about honesty. You talk about debate. You want to have an honest discussion. Really? When? Because that is exactly what doesn't go on here. That's how you can have, as I said earlier, the explanation or that. Go look at it. Go look at your 2021 payouts on transparent.org. As I said, not an executive staff member, not somebody on the dais, cost the taxpayers $280,000. And there's a whole row of it. Go look. How many of you have actually went and looked at what? The salaries. I think it's up to 2 to 2.5 times average the public sector worker makes over the private sector worker in the state of California. That was initiated with the gutting of the GAN spending caps. And it's something we should be working on. Why I say you should be lobbying, you should be working for us and doing everything in your power to correct this.
Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers for this item?
No, Mayor, there are no other speakers.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So at this time, we will go ahead and close the public testimony. And that brings us to any council deliberation if desired. Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve staff's recommendations.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve staff's recommendations. Please vote. That motion passes unanimously with 5 yeses as well. Okay. Next, we will move on to item G on the agenda, which is items removed from consent calendars for discussion or separate action. And we had one request from Councilmember Bernard for item 18 to be moved for discussion and possible separate action. So at this time, we will go ahead and start first with any council questions of staff on item A18. Do any council members have any questions for staff on this item? And I do see hand raised by Councilmember Bernard.
So I wanted to know, and actually I'm gonna direct this towards Jeremy. I wanted to know if there was a way for, let's say at a time when the city is dark as we're getting ready to go for the next next month or so, if there's a way for us to still be able to review some of the public arts requests that are coming in.
Well, there wouldn't be a way for council to deliberate on them, but, excuse me, but we would still be accepting applications. They would just wait until we came back from recess, just like other city business.
I know there had been some discussion about whether or not if it's a public mural, as in it's going to be on certain things that are in the public, if there was a way, if someone wanted to privately fund it, if there would be a separate application that could come in and that they can just do it as we're talking about, let's say for instance, some street lamps, some posts, small items, things like that. If there would be a way, if they wanted to privately fund it, if they would be able to bring that to us that way, because I know it still has to meet certain codes and standards within the city.
Yes, if regardless of funding, if it's on public property, that's when you would be reviewing it. Any art installation on private property would be outside of your purview. They would just need to meet the municipal code. So it doesn't really, it's not based on funding, it's based on where the art is being placed.
Okay, so if they come with their own funding and they wanted to kind of fast track it, to just bring it to the city for approval without having to go through some of the other channels because they know they would still have to go through the entire process?
Actually, council members, if you might entertain the thought of actually presenting this item. So typically when it moves to G, staff will present this item, then there's questions of staff, and then there is deliberation, there's public comment and so forth. So if you wouldn't mind, if we could go back to the presentation of the staff report and the art policy, it might answer some of these questions.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Brian. Appreciate that suggestion. So if that's okay with everyone, we will turn it back to staff for a staff report and a presentation on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So the item before you tonight, obviously, is the public art policy. If you recall, this endeavor started basically on a motion and has subsequently gone through several reviews, several meetings with not only the commission, the Art Commission, along with staff and residents or stakeholders within the art community. It's also been here several times in public comment. So realistically, the art policy, the public art policy is that. It is on public property. Because you have the responsibility to ensure that our assets that are publicly owned are maintained in perpetuity. You have to see what is being constructed, what is going on with those particular assets. So these particular public art policy is in essence doing just that. Anything that is done with the assets within the city of Moreno Valley has to come before you. It will run through the Art Commission to make sure that it meets the various policy parameters and requirements, and then come to you for a vote. Now, that is everything that relates to publicly owned property. If it's privately funded or on private property, this particular policy does not pertain to private property. It specifically in Section 2G, it states that private property is not subsequent to or subject to this particular policy, and that it only needs to meet the municipal code for whatever zoning area that is and what they're ultimately doing. So I just want to make that clear through the Art Commission, through the stakeholder conversations that have been held. It has been abundantly clear that this is a public art policy and it has nothing to do with private art. But I do want to make it clear that there is a component that private art must meet our Muni Code. So for these particular reasons, if public property, anything that would come through the Art Commission would be, if you recall in the last meeting as we were discussing this, it had mentioned that within a month's time, we would be able to get this back to you. Now, Art Commission meets once a month. So depending on when the initial request or application or initiative might come up, it will require it to go to Art Commission. So we will state that if it goes to an Art Commission in 1 month, the following month it should be in front of you. Okay. Now that there are enough art commissioners, there shouldn't be issues in which we've had in the past. So one would hope that those meetings would be occurring on a regular basis. So all of the various things that have been mentioned in public comment have been thought of and detailed in this policy to bifurcate the public and private and to ensure that we can get things back to you in a timely manner. With that, both myself and Jeremy are available with any questions.
Thank you very much, Brian. Appreciate that additional information. And at this time, I'll turn back to my colleagues here. I do have a couple questions as well, but do any other members of the council have any questions for staff? Okay. This is for questions of staff.
Brian, you said that private art collections would not be under the purview, but must comply with the city municipal code. What are the city municipal codes regarding private art?
Basically, it comes down to the zoning and the signage codes related to a particular private property. And so what the owner of any private property must do is know those particular codes. But again, as part of this, and as we had discussed in past meetings, we will work with private individuals through Community Development Department to ensure that they are aware of what codes they would be, in essence, bound by to ensure that they are meeting the requirements of our municipal code. And we will establish a process to do so, and it will be on our website as part of the art policy. So if somebody goes to public art policy and wants to take a look at the public side, we will have some information about private side as well and where to go and so forth. So we will be establishing some internal processes on both sides, and we'll be able to have that available soon for our art community. If approved tonight, sorry.
Okay, and just a couple questions as well, Brian, and possibly for our Parks Department. One is for the application itself, assuming that this gets approved tonight and we establish the parameters and officially put in place an arts policy, there would be an application available for any residents, local artists to fill out and submit to staff, would go to staff. Now, would that proposal or application automatically get sent to the Arts Commission for their next regularly scheduled meeting, or would that application or proposal have to be reviewed and kind of vetted by staff prior to sending it to the Arts Commission?
There's nothing in this particular policy that prohibits it not going to the Art Commission. The flow is We receive it, we take it to Art Commission, and then ultimately hear if approved by the Art Commission to come to the full council.
Okay, thank you. And then last question, I was going to ask about private property, but that has pretty much been cleared up now. Last question would be about, I guess, the process. Would it be possible, because there's going to be various types and sizes of art pieces and proposals that are submitted. Some may be for the full side of the building at the rec center. Others may be as simple as painting trash cans or benches at a park, which are, you know, one is a very large project, one is very, very small and simple. So the question is, for those smaller projects, say painting a bench at West Bluff Park, or painting a trash can at the LaSalle Sports Complex, something that small, which would be a significantly smaller dollar amount as well, cost. Is there any way for us to put something in the policy so that those smaller projects, say, I'm throwing random numbers out here, anything under $500 or anything under $1,000, could just be approved by the Arts Commission without having to come to the full city council?
I will say no at this particular point in time. I would also caution this council that with any asset, you want to control what is being done with that asset. And a lot of times, benches in a park, a lot of times those are grant funded. So if those are grant funded, staff needs to, one, know that they're grant funded, and whether or not they can even be painted based on the grant guidelines. Also, a lot of benches are made now out of recycled materials. So can those even be painted? So that's where, as we embark on this new endeavor, if you want to provide the city manager or parks community services director some latitude in developing procedures and so forth and how we go about this, or give some unilateral authority to either of those to make minor modifications to the policy in order to broach these subjects or be able to have some of those minor projects at their authority. But again, I would just caution council that you're going to want to maintain those assets as you have a fiduciary responsibility to all the residents to ensure that those assets are in perpetuity. And the fact that we're spending $6 million for parks, we don't want to create duplicate work. So that's why I think the onus was always on the Art Commission and council. But if you have a different directive, we can always entertain that conversation.
Thank you very much, Brian. Appreciate that. And I don't have any other questions before we move on to public comment. Do any other council members have any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you again for the presentation. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak for this item?
Yes, we do. The first three speakers are Brandon Carn, Jesus Alamein, and Genevieve Alamein.
Thank you. I'll wait for the timer. I'm glad this item is coming up, but there's several items I'd like to see. I don't mind if you adopt the policy as it stands outright, because you can come back in August or later and amend it and add some of the suggestions that are being made. I can tell just by the discussion of the staff, they don't have a fundamental understanding of this type of policy. We're not talking about private businesses and private buildings. This policy has nothing to do with that. We're talking about city-owned property. The First Amendment prohibits you from talking about private property anyway. So some things I'd like to see in writing would be, we want it as a revised element of this policy that in 30 days, written down in policy, all applications, large or small, are heard by the city, by the Arts Commission. It'd be nice if the Arts Commission met more than once a month, but that's not likely. I'd like to see the Arts Commission also have its meetings live streamed on YouTube, because you have a city YouTube account. This is being live streamed right now on YouTube. Buy an iPad for your staff, hire the staff, and just put it up. I'd like to see in the ordinance and the writing of it, 30 days, 30 business days. That's the purview, the time you go from commission to city council. It's not 60 days, it's not 6 weeks. I'd like to see that done very quickly, because what's going to happen is we're going to have a very elongated process. This took 5 months, and it's a 2-page document just to get to you. What happens, we're drafting next the application form itself. That's going to take months. So I'm already anticipating the earliest that anyone could even apply for it would probably be in the fall when you return, when you come back. I'd like to see you include that language, but I'm okay with revisiting in August and getting more feedback on it. And a lot of the things you're talking about could be avoided. You could use the model, say, the city of Riverside, where I like what the mayor is going, where say something under a $5,000 amount does not need to go to Arts Commission, does not need to go to City Council. It can be a separate application process. You really need to come up with an entire procedure. You can do it in August, you can do it tonight, whatever, where certain items you have a standardized monetary amount for acrylic paint. Almost everything you're talking about is going to be acrylic paint. There's not much. You're not going to have many sculptures, not many mosaics. You should give tonight staff direction to come up with those standardized costs, types of materials that can go on utility boxes, on benches, whatever, whether it violates a grant, whether it's safe to use, whether the material is easy to replace or maintain by the city resources that you have. That is something you need to thoroughly draft, give the staff that direction, come back in August or later and put it on a council meeting. This is why I was saying it needs to be on a study session, because there's a lot of purview the staff I honestly don't feel have the competence or the experience to bring up. Arts Commission, I personally feel like you're going to lose a lot of members. My understanding is they're going to vote not to meet at all this summer. Keep recruiting those people, but there's a lot of revision and amendment that needs to be done to this. It needs to be very thorough, because for months we're going to be coming back to you with amendments. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Jesus Alleman, Genevieve Alleman, and Byron Portillo.
Hello, Councilman and Mayor and staff. My name is Jesus Aleman, and I'm a resident here in Moreno Valley, probably on 8 years now. I'm also an artist. I'm a Riverside Art Museum. I'm an artist that's been there I'm going to be celebrating a year now. It's been extended. It's a thing where it comes every 3 months, and mine has been extended for a whole year now. So very awesome. I grew up in... Sometimes it's hard to talk here because the vibe is a little different. Some people are mad and aggressive, and it's hard for me to change it up. I understand that they have the passion for our city and they want our city to be better, so I think that's awesome. With art, sometimes art is kind of pushed away and put aside, but you need to understand that art is a very important thing that can do very beautiful thing for our city. One thing is going to show the growth of our city. It's going to be the way that, you can't, there's only certain buildings, warehouses, stuff that you can build. But if the stuff that you do, like if you want to revamp, a building or something, or, your bedroom, the first thing you do is you paint it, and that's something that we need to do in Moreno Valley, is start adding the art and the paint. To me, it's almost like a hug. I grew up in Casablanca, where it's very tough. This Friday, we're going to have a mural that churros got together, and Juan Navarro, an artist from the museum. But growing up in CB, it's you can say, oh, you're a gangster, but really it's what it is, that we weren't gang affiliated. We were tough. You were made to be tough. And one of the things that we have there is murals, and something that gives us pride in our little neighborhood. And being here from Moreno Valley, because it's the same thing. Like we have to have something that we're proud of, that we look up to. And one thing is murals. It's something from that. Again, I'm nervous. Sorry, guys, but it's something that's going to take us to the next level. Like we don't understand right now because we're fighting over money, we're fighting over homelessness and stuff, and the mental health. But the important that art is changes mental health. It helps us. It helps us, just be better. And with the city of Moreno Valley being new or trying to change or trying to do something, because art's going to be that door, it's going to be that little road that can help us. You can, start telling these buildings to start adding art to the development that you're doing. Another thing is plants. I'm into plants. I have a portable plant shop, but plants is what beautifies also your city. I've been to Palm Springs, where all the agaves, the special plants, it's like statues, it beautifies your city. You tell these people to start putting money into landscape and art, and it'll help us out more.
The next three speakers are Genevieve Alleman, and Byron Portillo, and Miguel Mandujano.
Alrighty.
Hello, everybody. My name is Genevieve Alaman. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself, also Rosie Cortez, who unfortunately couldn't make it today. But first off, I'm going to just lighten the mood. I want to invite everybody to the first public art mural in our city. It's on Sunnymead Boulevard. It's privately funded from Altura Credit Union. They graciously blessed us with the opportunity to bless another business that's been here for over 25 years. It's going to highlight different aspects of Moreno Valley. I want to invite everybody to come down this Sunday. We have multiple artists. One of them is here, Byron Portillo. He'll be there painting alongside Rosie and a few other local artists here in Moreno Valley. This is something that's going to be extremely great to see firsthand and to see what it does to bring people together. But regarding the ordinance, I stand before you today to advocate for an essential update to our city's art ordinance. All we want is establishment of a timeline for project approval or disapproval within our art community. This update is crucial to foster a more efficient and inclusive environment for artists and creators, benefiting both our local culture and economy. Art has the power to transform cities, innovate communities, and enrich the lives of its residents. Our city has a vibrant and diverse artistic community that deserves the support and encouragement of our local government. However, the ordinance at the moment is unclear of the timeline for project approval or disapproval, which will hinder the progress of many aspiring artists and left their work in a state of uncertainty. By implementing a timeline, we can address several pressing issues that will currently plague our art community. Firstly, a defined timeline provides clarity and certainty to artists, ensuring that they know when to expect a decision on their proposed projects. Meaning, if the Arts Commission fails to meet, which I do know it's a fully staffed commission at the moment, and I'm hoping that doesn't happen, but say that for some reason it does, what can we do in order for the artists not to keep getting pushed back and pushed back and pushed back? So all we're asking is just a clear timeline of how long it can be in writing to know that this won't be a problem in the future. Another thing, like Brandon had mentioned, was if you guys could live stream this meeting that goes on once a month every Wednesday, it would be very beneficial. A lot of us artists work, they have things that we can't attend, so if that's able to be online, that would be extremely helpful, not to only me, but I know tens and 20s of us that won't be able to make it those days. Another thing, it'll hold us accountable to what they say, and be able to just look back on that and be able to have it there for us to look at. I understand the concerns may arise regarding the potential burden the timeline might place on the city council. However, I assure you that the benefits far outweigh the challenges. We can establish a realistic and well-structured timeline that allows for thorough consideration of each project while still ensuring a prompt decision-making process. In conclusion, I urge you, esteemed members of the city council, to take a progressive step towards enhancing our city's art community by updating the art ordinance to include a timeline for project approval.
The next three speakers are Byron Portillo, Miguel A. Mandujano, and Tom Gerald Sr.
Hello, good evening, Council, Mayor Cabrera, staff. While I'm here on behalf of all the fellow artists out here, and I guess I'll start. Sorry if my voice is a little shaky. I get kind of passionate. Don't mind me if I start crying, but but here I go. So hello, good evening. My name is Byron Portillo, and I am a Moreno Valley resident and a local artist. As some of you may know, I paint out in public on the corner of Day Street and Canyon Springs. And recently, me and a group of friends, me, Genevieve, and Jesse, have been putting together a free painting classes at the park at Weston Park for the community to come out. And it has been a great experience to see the community come out and come together through art. The smiles on the kids' faces, the families bonding and being able to maybe put down their phones for a bit, or even inspiring people to chase their dreams. But we're not only here to speak about what art is doing in the community and this movement that we got going. The truth, I guess I want to thank you guys for opening up the Public Art Fund. And I'm excited. And it's exciting for artists like myself to know that art will be valued in our city and won't be overlooked. And so we come to ask that the Art Commission meetings be streamed and maybe uploaded on YouTube, because some of us, like Genevieve and Brandon said, some of us maybe at times can't make it, and this is something that's very important to all of us. And we ask that if we can maybe, like they also said, that we can maybe get something in writing as far as the time limit for these processes and how long they should take if the art commission fails to meet. Because the truth, I don't think it's fair for artists like myself to kind of be waiting, months, or like they said, just kind of being up in the air, not knowing where we really stand with this, and kind of everybody just kind of being like, oh, well, we'll see, and we'll see when it happens, And I guess I just want to say, I hope that we can maybe get something in writing where we do get a time limit, and where when something does get approved, we have somewhat of a 30-day time limit for us to kind of move forward with it. And I just want to thank you all for your time. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Miguel A. Mandujano, Tom Gerald Sr., and Sergio Espinosa.
It's your time to shine. You got this.
Let him know.
Got it, Miguel.
Come on, Miguel, you got this.
Yeah, can we hit pause on the time just for a moment, please? Those are some nice pieces you got there. You want to tell us a little bit more about them and who made them and a little bit about yourself?
Step away from the microphone. Just talk to your dad.
Mm-hmm.
Miguel, did you draw those?
Can you tell us a little bit about the one that Genevieve is holding?
Yes.
Help him out, Dad.
What do you want to be the voice for?
And maybe Dad, if you want to tag team with him, you guys can kind of share the microphone.
You want to be the voice for who?
For children.
Who wants
I want to be the voice of children. I want to continue to express my feelings to my art.
about the art walk? Right? You were excited? Feelings, right? He likes to take his time. He expresses himself with his art, and he zones out. So he was telling me last night that he wants to put his artwork out there to express his feelings to the world. And he wants to be the voice and the inspiration for younger artists out there as well. So hopefully whatever he can do, to help out, inspire other kids to go out and follow their dreams.
What else did you want to do? That's it?
You're Miguel and you're an artist.
Nervous.
Yeah, I know it's nerve wracking, you know, first time public speaking, but you know, thank you. Yes, let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Miguel. Really appreciate it. Good job. Good job. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
The next three speakers are Tom Gerald Sr., Sergio Espinosa, and Roy Bleckard.
I don't know about you guys, I'm choked up. Mayor, council members, I mean, thank you for the courtesy to that young man giving a chance to express his wishes and his family to assist. And what a beautiful thing. And and also thank you for the opportunity to speak. Mayor Cabrera, Mayor Pro Tem Delgado, council members, members of staff, and the public. First of all, I'm very happy. I really signed in just to see if we could get a little more information on this, and I think this item should have been set as a separate item. You know, it's actually a pretty big change. I mean, there's money involved. There's a whole new fee on developers, you know, so which is in reality a tax, and you know, it's got a high visual impact to the city and hopefully for the betterment. And so I was very interested in hearing more about our future policies and how we're going to come on. Generally, I can't say about complete agreement with everything, but a lot of what Mr. Karn initially shared and some of the other speakers was spot on. So I think you got some good suggestions there. Mainly, I came to hear and understand how the policy would be implemented, and happy to hear it. And then in closing, I just want to give a salute to young Miguel. It was really awesome, and thank him for being here. Maybe a round of applause for him, if that's okay. Great job. Thank you for coming, Miguel, and your family. But the idea about the online presentations, but I certainly wouldn't limit it to Arts Committee. You know, technology has changed. I know it's a little bit off cue, but bottom line, technology's got a lot cheaper and more accessible, and I think all our little committees should be, and I don't mean to be mean, I was on some of those committees, but I think it'd be great public access, and they get those at least online. You don't have to run them through MBTV, but just make it accessible to the public so they see how we grind the sausage. But thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I hope this moves forward, and it's a good thing for our community. Again, thank you for your courtesy.
The next three speakers are Sergio Espinosa, Roy Bleckard, and Luis Palomares.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Sergio Espinosa. I'm from LA originally, but I moved into Moreno Valley maybe like a year and a half ago. I'm here to support the art scene over here because I see there's a big impact. There's a lot of mental issues that goes around, and I feel like art's gonna create a lot of opportunity and outlets for the younger community. The kids are gonna want to join and get together and do something positive, and I'm here for the support. And just that's all I wanted to say. I wasn't really ready to speak, but I'm here to support the guys that invited me to come here. And thank you.
The next two speakers, Roy Bleckard and Luis Palomares.
To Miguel, your art is way better than I can talk. And that's a pretty high standard. So take that to the bank, have confidence in that, and we heard you loud and clear, and you communicate it the way you see best. Back to the regular programming. Mr. Karn and others brought it up about televising the meetings. I wonder where that's been brought up before, over many decades. Yet, it doesn't seem to resonate. And you wonder why you hear that. But, you know, maybe we can take 8 weeks off and sit down at the tiki bar while these things go on. But I want to say this, and Mr. Marquez brought it up when they started this about 6 months ago. Oh, we need a mural about the angels or something or other. We'll tell you this. Some of the most renowned athletes, sports figures in the world came to this area. A.J. Foyt, Mario Andretti, Richard Petty, Dale Earnhardt, Mr. Riverside, Dan Gurney, a place called Riverside International Raceway. Why don't we have a mural? And the first one should have been, I thought, or maybe we could do it, is depicting the actual history of Moreno Valley. But we can talk about all this other stuff. But I feel, since this is my native land, actually right here, right, I was born, or my first home was 2 blocks from Riverside International Raceway. And the way I see it is most people on here want to erase the history that we had. And that's a crying shame. Maybe we can fix it. Maybe we can fix a lot of this stuff. Maybe you will take your job seriously. Maybe not. Time will tell. But we suffer the consequences either way.
The last 2 speakers are Luis Palomares and Bob Palomares.
Luis Palomares, community activist. I agree with so many of the speakers out here. They've been waiting and waiting because they were given campaign promises from Cabrera here. He brought them all, and what's happening? How long do they gotta wait? We're in a train wreck with this arts. I mean, I'll say it again. The Moreno Valley Trade Center, $20 million, plus the DIT fees on top of that, plus the money to the school district, all the millions, all that money we could have used for a lot of things here in the community, maybe some of the arts. So, golly, I just don't get it, maybe. And the arts, these people have come several times to ask for the things you promised them, Cabrera. Oh, but we'll get to that. Wait, we'll get to that. I heard a speaker saying, we'll get there. Wait. How long do you gotta wait? And we need more DIT fees. We need more stuff to come here so we can have those fees for all the arts and all the other stuff that's going on in the community. Can you even look at me when I'm talking to you, Cabrera? I guess not. You don't got it in you to do that. I'm looking right at you, but I guess you don't got that because you don't got no manners to go with it or anything. Oh, you're writing down. Okay, wow. Gee, shame on you. You're not interested in the community, that what they're talking about. You're always writing, coming up with your next.
Let's keep it to the arts policy, please.
Wait a minute. I'm keeping it to, I'm talking about the arts here. And I wanted you to look at me, but you can't do that, And a lot of people say, well, let's keep it on a high note. How could we? The squeaky wheel has to keep on talking about it till we get it going. All the money we could have had here, all the decisions. You rather beat a dead horse, Cabrera, and bring in all this other stuff on the study sessions when we need to worry about the art stuff first. You keep on throwing more stuff on the agenda, more study sessions. Let's worry about the arts first. That came a long time ago on your campaign trail. Let's do that. Let's take care of those issues. First things first. But no, you're too busy in a 24-hour, around the clock, all around, from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, campaigning. Well, let's start campaigning for the stuff for the Arts Commission. And I agree with a lot of these people that are talking about it. Brandon Carr has brought it to your attention more than once. I've seen him several times. He's got a heart for this. He wants it to happen. But everybody's got to wait because you keep on rejecting good projects in the city here, good things that can come to us for all of these DIT fees and all this money and all of this tax revenue.
The final speaker is Bob Palomares.
Good evening again. This young man with those paintings, man, fresh air. That's what he is. You know, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. He's a little shy, but if you look at his paintings, there's 1,000 words in each one. He's a bright young man. He's got a great future. I think what you need to do is cut a lot of this red tape and kind of get to the meat of, you know, the issue here. And, you know, Brandon Carn, he comes up here and he knows what he's talking about. To me, he does, you know. And these people that are the artists, I think maybe you need to get them and put them in the fold and say, okay, let's do it. How are we going to do it? You know, because there's red tape about this and that. I understand that, but, you know, you can cut. You can get around it. You know, make it happen. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So that will bring us now to council deliberation and any comments from the council. I would like to just start, just share a few comments. As I remember when this was first proposed, this was back when I was able to put items on the agenda, and I believe this was at the beginning of this year when this whole process started, and it has taken a lot longer than it should have. But we're finally here. It's made it through the Arts Commission, and it's finally on our agenda for a final vote. So just wanted to thank again all the residents, all the artists for coming out, Miguel for coming and showcasing your skills, you know. That's amazing, the work that you're doing. And I remember first meeting you at the Autism Art Walk over at Palm Middle School and seeing all the work there from all the students. So keep up the good work. You got a very, very bright future. And I still have your painting in my office, like I promised as well. So thank you for that. And kind of like I've said before, this art policy is and public art, once this art policy is adopted, hopefully tonight, unanimously, is going to add a lot of life and color to our city that is very much needed. It's going to also, very importantly, give our local artists and our residents a platform and that foundation to show the world what they're made of and what they're capable of, just like Miguel did tonight, and show the world the talent that we have here at home in Moreno Valley. And so I'm very, very proud of all the talent that we have here in town. I'm very proud of the residents for organizing and, you know, scheduling those meetings months ago, and it has resulted in this. So I appreciate all the work that you've done. A special shout out to Jessie Aleman, Genevieve Aleman, Rosie Cortez, who is now working on her second mural here in the city of Moreno Valley in collaboration with Altura. And also a shout out to Juan Navarro from the Eastside Art House for all his help as well. He's doing a lot of great work in Riverside. So other than that, I probably later in the meeting, or if I can at this time, also would like to see us figure out a way to start streaming our boards and commission meetings. I would like to see, I'm sure there may be rules or laws that we have to adhere to, but you know, we're able to stream and televise our city council meetings. We also televise our planning commission meetings, and I agree with our public speakers that we should do that for our boards and commissions as well. As far as comments, I will leave it there, and I think I see Mayor Pro Tem Delgado here as well.
Yeah, I just want to say that the folks that come up here, the Alamans and their friends and all the artists in Moreno Valley, what a great passion you have for it, for this. And I recommend you guys get on the Arts Commission or submit ideas to the Arts Commission, or continue to submit ideas to the Arts Commission, because like someone said, you're the subject matter experts in the field of art. We are, I know I'm not, for sure. No, I'm not. But I appreciate your passion. And every time you guys come up here and talk about art, I can see the passion. And I've seen it at work at the college there. So keep it up.
Thank you. Any other council members like to make any comments before we entertain a motion? Okay.
I would like to thank. So I'd like to thank everyone for coming out today to discuss this. As the mayor said, it's taken us a minute to get here. I do just want to point out, because we've heard some things about in Riverside, they can do this and they can do that. So I do want to say that we're unique, and Riverside does not have an arts commission, right? So what we've asked is the community to come out, to have an input, to have a say. And we were going to streamline this through the Arts Commission, something that the city of Riverside, to my knowledge, does not have, which is why they can streamline the process differently. So I think we need to keep that in mind, that Riverside's application reads different because they don't have a commission to come out and say, this is what the application is, this is what we want, this is what we're looking for, and this is approved. So I want to make sure that when we're comparing ourselves to other cities, yes, that's great. That's wonderful how their process rolls and their applications. It says within 20 days you'll receive an answer. But realistically, if we're asking the community, and it's not just the Art Commission, it's all of our commissions and boards. If we're asking the community to come out and be on the Parks and Rec Commission, and they have something that they want to bring forward to us, we don't want to circumvent them, because we don't want to alienate the community from wanting to be a part of these events, from wanting them to give back into their community the only way that they feel like they have the time to give, which is to volunteer. I do agree, maybe not televised, but maybe we have to find some way to tape them and simply stream them. We should be able to at some point get to that capability. I know we sometimes have multiple meetings on multiple nights. But I do think we need to look into that. So I do appreciate the time and effort that not just city staff has put into this, but our art commission, our art commissioners, as well as the art community itself that's come out time after time and has always shown that even when the city, for a lack of better words for some of you, is not moving as fast, that you guys have taken it upon yourself to go into the community, to offer services to the community, like the paintings in the park, or other different community events that I've seen, and even the murals that I've seen that you guys have done. So I appreciate you guys for enriching the community of Moreno Valley, for enriching the lives of not just our children, but our residents, and for allowing them to find a different outlet than how we're all attached to our devices and streaming services now. So I appreciate you guys, and thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Marquez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Miguel, boy, I'll tell you, when I was your age, I wish I could come up here and talk like that. I mean, through your pictures. I mean, art is it's what it is. It gets a message out to everyone. And you didn't have to talk up here, I understand, because the pictures talked for you. You know, yesterday or Sunday, my grandkids were painting. They had these little things that they were color painting. And I asked one of them, I says, you like to paint? And you know what she says? She goes, I sure like to go outside and paint on the walls. And I looked at her, I says, what do you mean on the walls? She goes, well, not that writing on the wall, some pictures. And she brought up Snoopy, the dog, and Peanuts. And she said that's what she liked to be painting on the wall. Of course, my son looked at me and says, don't give him any ideas. So, but several years ago, I had gotten with the school district, and we had a, what'd you say it? I sponsored an arts thing through the school district, and Brandon was my assistant. He helped me out get these things through the school district. One thing I have not heard through all this, why don't we get the school district involved? And what I'm talking about is their buildings. It would be awesome, especially the elementary schools, to get out there and paint these murals for these kids to see and get them involved. And I think that's what we should do, get with the school district, because that's where it starts at, with these kids. And hopefully the group here would get with the school districts and let's see what we can do and paint some murals up there, especially the new school on Nason. That would be a start, because it's right on a main thorough street. on Nason, and I like maybe that they'll allow you to paint up there on there. So that's something we should look into. But believe me, art will lighten the city up. Believe me, it will, especially with the youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And seeing no more hands raised at this time, I'll entertain a motion by the City Council.
I move that we approve this policy.
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Please vote. And that passes unanimously with 5 yeses. Okay. And at this time, we will now move on to item H on the agenda, which is general business, and we do have multiple items. I wanted to just ask, just out of respect, because we do have some special guests here in the. I mean, everyone, of course, is special, but we have some guests in particular that are here to speak on item H4, a former Olympian and her colleagues. So just out of respect for time, because we have other items on the agenda, I would like to ask my colleagues if we can move item H4 up to now in the agenda and take public comment at this time.
Are you making a motion? I'll second. No.
Mayor, H4 has to do with the proposal for RFP to hire permanent city attorney.
No, it says joint use agreement. Oh, we have 2 4s and.
I see H3 as the RFP and H4 as the swimming.
So we're missing H2 up here? It goes H1, H3, and then
There
H4,
may be-
H4.
I got H1, 2.
1, 3, 4,
Oh,
4.
H4 is.
Okay, so just there may be different copies of the agenda, but I guess for clarification, the item regarding the joint use agreements between the City of Moreno Valley and the Moreno Valley Unified School District, that item, I would like to ask that we move that up to now. And we do have a motion.
I'll motion to move the item to the current.
And I'll second that motion. And if we could please just
Do a voice vote?
if we could just take would a voice vote be faster, Madam Clerk?
You want to do voice vote?
If that'll be easier for you.
I can do a voice vote.
Okay, yes, let's do a voice vote, please. And
Councilmember Baca, Santa Cruz.
Yes.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bernard.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delgado.
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera.
yes. Thank you. So that motion passes. So at this time, we will move item, on my agenda, it's item H4 regarding the swimming lessons and the joint use agreement with the district. We will go ahead and take that item now. And we will start off with a staff report from Mr. Brian Mohan.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Sorry for the confusion between the multiple agendas. This item before you came about from a motion that was requested by council in the last meeting. In going back and taking a look at the various items that we, being the city and Moreno Valley Unified School District, have as far as contractual arrangements, we noticed that we have a bunch of joint use agreements, specifically the one related to the pool and pool services or swimming lessons related to that, comes about from contract 193, which is quite dated. It's from 1988. It is a 99-year contractual arrangement or agreement. The city actually purchased the pool or gave money to MVUSD to construct the pool. The asset was to remain the school district's. And in the joint use agreement, the city is to, in essence, get use of the pool based on a various schedule that is set for when school is in use and when school is out of use. So during the summer months, the majority of the day is for Moreno Valley residents. And it also includes lessons for swimming. And so there is programming that is supposed to be provided by the school district. And with the pandemic and the pandemic protocols that the school district was under, they obviously were under different pandemic protocols than we were because we were really never closed. They are coming out of those pandemic protocols and now are going through, and we reached out to try and discuss this with them over 8 months ago. And they had mentioned that the pool at Canyon Springs was going to be renovated and rehabbed. So currently it is not available for this particular summer use. And so they have provided an alternative location. But again, that has not been actually cemented and or authorized by the actual district, nor has it been available as far as whether or not programming would actually occur there. So staff is basically coming to you and requesting that you authorize the Parks and Community Services Director to continue the conversations that started over 8 months ago that we are having with, in essence, the superintendent as well as their staff that are overseeing their facility use. And have these additional conversations and try and come up with an agreement to ensure that we continue to have the school district provide these particular programming services as the city actually provided the cost of the pool. Now, obviously being so long ago in 1988, I would be surprised if the city was actually on any type of actual software that would have notated how much that we did actually provide in the cost of the pool. But as it was in the agreement, the city did provide the pool for programming services in the future. And we're just asking that council either authorize the PCS director to continue with that or provide any other direction thereof. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. That brings us to council questions of staff. If you have any questions, please hit your speaker button at this time. I see Mayor Pro Tem Delgado.
So just for clarification, Brian, we already have an agreement with the school district, and the agreement is a 99 years, started in 1988. So we're just asking them to continue it and to abide by it?
Yes. So the agreement was very clear that the city plan, design, construct a pool that is approximately 25 meters in length and width, and with the opportunate facilities as well. MVUSD was going to provide the land, which is basically 0.36 acres, so that the city can construct the pool, and it was all part of Canyon Springs High School. The swimming complex is to be held in their title, but yes, it was even detailed as to what the schedule would be during the school year and after the school year. And because of the duration that this agreement has been put in place, you have a lot of different management cycles, superintendents on both sides. And so as we were made aware of these last year and started the conversation on multiple joint use agreements with the school district, as there are various joint use agreements for multitude of facilities that MVUSD has and the city, so that we can use those facilities as well. We're just asking that we continue with being able to work with them in resurrecting the original agreements.
That's what it sounds like. And our task force is on board?
This has been discussed at the task force. It was discussed today, but unfortunately the superintendent was not there. But the task force is aware that the Parks and Community Services Director has been trying to work with the school district for over 8 months now. It's just unfortunate that we haven't been able to get some solution for this particular summer.
Thank you, Brian. That's all I have.
Thank you. And just one quick question for you, Brian, as well. I know I've been doing a little bit of research and have been able to communicate with some of our local organizations here in the Inland Empire and Riverside County that provide swimming lessons and safety lessons, and also some swim instructors who may be able to provide some of these services that we're kind of talking about. And of course, with some or most of those instructors or organizations, there may be a cost, right, for providing the services. So my question is, would it help you? The recommendation on the agenda is basically to give you authority, to give staff authority to try to come to some kind of agreement with the school district. Would it help you even more if we also allocated some kind of funding, say $5,000 or $10,000 from the community foundation, to go along with the direction, to give you a little bit of flexibility if the city does come to some agreement with the district? You would already have authority to spend some of that money and cover some of those costs. The reason why I ask is because this is our last meeting until August, until school is back. So we wouldn't have any other opportunity to allocate funding. I don't know if that's within signature authority for you, or if that's something that we could do and would help you.
Well, thank you, Mayor. The specific recommendations, I just want to read them for the record. There's two of them. The first one is to authorize the Parks and Community Services Director to continue to work with Moreno Valley Unified School District to achieve their compliance with Contract 193 Joint Use Agreement for Canyon Springs High School Swimming Pool, or provide alternate direction to the Parks and Community Services Director. So your suggestion would be within the purview of most likely item 2. The item 1 would be to ensure compliance with the current joint use agreement in which the school district is to provide the programming. So it would be up to them to reach out to these particular various service providers to procure those services, not necessarily for the city to provide additional funding, because we already provided the funding in constructing the pool. So if you're looking at recommendation number 1 and your comment, it probably would not be that recommendation. It would be a different recommendation, such as 2. But really, it's the adherence to the compliance with the school district's the school district's joint use agreement to ensure they provide those program services as instructed within the agreement. But again, staff will do whatever you guys determine is the ultimate motion, and will effectuate any potential change in conversation with the district as you see fit.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I only ask because I'm trying to think as far ahead as possible, and it's possible that an agreement doesn't get signed this summer, and maybe it'll have to wait until next summer. But in a situation where an agreement is agreed upon, and there's costs associated with it, I understand that the city has incurred and covered the cost for construction, for example, but the goal here, at least the reason why I asked for this to come to the agenda, was to try and figure out a way to provide those swimming lessons this summer. Best case scenario, we could do it this summer. And I think if we provide some kind of funding, it may help. It doesn't mean you have to spend the money, but we at least give you the authority to spend it if you have to.
And Mayor, if you just wouldn't mind me making one additional comment. Although if the council does decide to go that route, it's still finding a potential location and pool. Unfortunately, we haven't come to terms with the school district on an alternative location. I know there are surrounding cities that own their own pools, and so that is a concern in which we just have to be able to find a location.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, any other questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, we will go now to public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
Yes, we do, Mayor. The first 3 speakers are Vivian Stansel, Rebecca Stewart Wilson, and Turner Stansel.
Thank you, and welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Stansel. You will have 3 minutes each for public comment.
First of all, I said good evening to all of you. I am still a senior Olympian swimmer. I run for 9 years the Vivian Stansel Foundation in Riverside, and it covers the county of Riverside for safe swimming. Now, we're having one this Saturday, and it deals with the non-swimmer total. There's some that never in their life been in the pool. And we deal with children, adults, handicapped, all kinds of people. We don't just leave it at children, because you have to introduce them. We have people from the health department. We have people from community hospital. So it's been going on, and I'll let the next person speak. So plus we have a foundation from San Diego that works with us. And it's just not San Diego. We all meet once a year for conferences while adults are drowning. And this is my passion. The reason why, because I'm tired of hearing children drowning, adults drowning, and nobody never wants to talk about that. It's very important that they know the right thing before they get in the pool, drownings at home. And so we give the education part also.
Thank you. And staff, if you could pause the clock just for a moment. Ms. Stansel, you still have about 43 seconds left on the clock. If it's okay with you, do you mind sharing just a little bit more about your history, just so we kind of know who's speaking to us here?
Okay. Most of my history, I was a foster child. And people all my life told me I'll never make it. Even at 50, when I started swimming at 320 pounds, I made it. I've swam all across this world. Matter of fact, I was just called for Pittsburgh to come and compete. I'm 76 and no stopping, okay? I don't believe if somebody wants to learn, they can learn. We start them off with the starfish swim before.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Stansel.
Hello, my name is Turner Stansel, and I'm with the Vivian Stansel Olympian Foundation as well. And Vivian is my wife and a senior Olympic swimmer. And so what we have done is we have put out proclamations, and we have been asking the cities to declare May as our Safe Swim Drowning Prevention Month. And so we did manage to get the county to give us a proclamation, and it's quite long here. I'm not going to read that, but I'm just going to show it to you. And it's quite a showpiece. And it's signed by all the supervisors. And so, but we're here tonight to help push the issue of getting swimming lessons available in the community. And look, and because we keep hearing about drownings, and so we are willing to also be part of this community to help get things started in teaching, because we get our funding from the county, and it helps us to put on this program. And so fortunately, and this is a passion of my wife, and so as she said, that you hear about these drownings and in the local community, and you're going to hear some of the statistics of going on about the drownings. And so I won't be the final person to mention that today. And I was so glad to hear you guys have something going about the swimming. And but you need to move further, push further, because the city needs its own pool. And to be in control of its own pool, it doesn't need that school district dictating to them as to how you can provide services for the community. And so make those, so push that thing. And so we this is why we're here tonight.
Good afternoon or good night, Mayor, council people, and your representatives. My name's Rebecca Stewart Wilson, and I'm one of the board members of the Vivian Stansel Olympic Foundation. And our mission is a nonprofit 501c3 organization that encourages seniors and youth to become more active physically and to just move. This organization is designed to fund participation for those individuals who are striving to go to the next level in swimming of their choice and achieve a healthy lifestyle. Please do not let this individual, Miss Sister Vivian Stansel, fool you. She may be visually impaired, but she has gone and swum for the Senior Olympics. She has won 270 plus first and second place awards throughout and all over the world. She also works with the Latino Network. She works with the Riverside Community Health Foundation. We've done presentations at the Lackland Village Community Center in Lake Elsinore. She works with blind youth as well as autistic. And on Saturday, we will have 2 individual children there participating from the Braille Institute, excuse me. We will be, we are here to encourage the city to work with that swimming pool issue that you have for the city, but we're also looking to work with or collaborate with the Canyon Springs High School swimming pool situation. It may not be this year, but if we're given the opportunity to go forth and work with them, building a yearly program for the summer, next year, 2024, will be our year. Excuse me. The VSO Foundation works hard to represent a positive and production foundation to encourage others to get involved in the many opportunities throughout the community by working together to accomplish our common goals. We will now have others come up and speak and give you, as Stan said, statistics and other information regarding the Splish Splash event held at the Riverside Community College, Saturday, June 24, 9 to 3:30. Bring your children, and I do have applications here with me if you have someone that needs to fill it out. Thank you for letting us present.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
She'll call up the other ones.
The next 3 speakers are Monique Gordon. Did she already speak? Kimberly Trone and Virgil Chansey.
Good evening. I've never done this before. What?
Do you mind moving? Yeah, there you go. There you
Okay.
go.
I've never done this before, so I understand the young man's nervousness because that's what I'm feeling right now. Whew, thank you. My family and I have been registered voters in the city of Moreno Valley for 20 years. I worked in the city of Riverside for 13 years as an ADA coordinator and met the Stansels through the Commission on Disabilities. Fireball Inspiration, she does what she says she's going to do. She means it, and she's going to do it whether you're behind her or not. I have a pool at my house. I couldn't swim. First place I looked for swimming lessons was Moreno Valley. There were none. There were no pools available. My son graduated from Canyon Springs. I couldn't use that pool either. It was kind of deep, so I wasn't too upset. So since I worked at Riverside, they have 7 public pools, I got lessons there, learned how to swim, was taught to swim by a high school student, and could move forward with my grandson, who has attended the Splish Splash events at RCC since he was 3. He's now 8 years old. He knows how to swim. And I just believe that in order to prevent the high number of drownings of children in particular, that it's imperative that communities such as Moreno Valley, up and coming, Moreno Valley has been through a lot of changes, and I'm proud of Moreno Valley over these 20 years. It's gone a long ways in the positive direction to support the Stansel Foundation, to support when you find out about the starfish, what they teach the babies, just how to float so they don't drown in case they find themselves in a pool. I believe that it is important for the city to have its own pool, so someone who needs to know how to swim doesn't have to go someplace else to do it. And I believe that you all will fix whatever problems need to be fixed, fix the problem, because we're on the rise up. And I believe, as Ms. Stansel does, that impossibility is nothing more than an illusion. And we can get this done, and we can do our best. We can publicize, we can bring more money into the community, and we can support the children, the schools, everybody who needs to be safe during the summer. Water is a magnet to children, and we want them to be safe and know how to swim and have some protection if they need it from drowning. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Kimberly Trone, Virgil Chansey, and Nicole McNeil.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Kimberly Trone. I'm a resident of Moreno Valley. I'm a volunteer swim coach with the Stansel Foundation. I'm a U.S. Masters swimmer, and I'm an avid open water swimmer in the ocean. I really appreciate the conversation this evening about the value of access to a pool, and I think it's great that there's a relationship with the school district that would open up potentially a high school pool. But in a community of this size, it really doesn't go far enough. Moreno Valley residents deserve a municipal pool. I get up at 5 in the morning, actually earlier, and drive over to Riverside to swim with the Masters group over there. And there are other people who do the same. Municipal pools are different than high school pools, and they're also different than backyard pools. They strengthen community bonds. They increase health and wellness for people across the age spectrum, from mommy and me to senior programming. It's also a social justice issue. In a community this size, I think it's really important to note that the drowning rate of Black and brown people here nationally is twice as high as whites. Part of that comes from decades of segregation, but we're also talking about just your general access. In Moreno Valley, there really is very, very limited access to a pool. There should be a year-round pool for strong programming, nice hardscapes for murals and artists. But I'm here. I probably won't go away on the issue now that it's being brought up, to advocate and lobby this council for a municipal pool, to start the conversation, even as we talk to the school district. In the kind of heat that we're enduring, families should be able to drive to a central location, have access to get there fairly easy, drop their children for afternoons of fun and learning and camaraderie. And enjoyment. Municipal pools draw people from all walks of life. When I can swim in a lot of different places, but I like to go to night swims in Riverside just to enjoy the community. I meet UCR professors I meet a lot of low-income children who I pick up along the way and tutor in the water. So please, please make this more of a priority going forward than I think it's obvious that it's been given in the past. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next three speakers are Virgil Chansey, Nicole McNeil, and Patricia Kroom.
Hey, good evening, folks. Thank you for having us. Virgil Chansey, been a resident 30 plus years. Some of the faces I know we've talked to before, we'll talk to in the future. I'm here to advocate a pool. My background, been involved in aquatics over 40 years. Sit on the national board for U.S. Masters on their D&I. Also sit on USA Swimming for their D&I as well as their disability. Swam for years, coached for years. Moreno Valley had a swim team that's been pushed out. Moreno Valley Aquatics, give you a little background, very intimate with the Canyon Springs deal. Leaking pool, been leaking forever. No one wanted to talk about it. No one wanted to do anything. Closed down the pool. Pool's been closed down. Now we're talking about, oh, we'll give it some more money. Maybe we'll do it. Moreno Valley needs the aquatic center. If we look back on a general plan better than 20 years ago, maybe even further, there was a designated area for an aquatic center. So please do your homework. Go back and look at that. We should be able to do that. Why should we do that? Income to the community. How can we do that? CIF championships. Programs as far as cost-effective programs, junior life-saving. We have a large number of drownings in our brown and black community. Why is that? Lack of education. They just don't know. Kids get sucked down on the drain. If they don't know about the proper drains, they're stuck there. Our grandmothers, our aunties, our abuelas, they care for our little kids at home. But if they don't have the knowledge how to care for them, they're drowning. How can you be a water watcher? Let's give those programs on water safety. That's the reason we need an aquatic center, to continue to have water safety year-round. Yes, let's work with the school district. I know there's been friction over the years. It's still there. But once a quarter, we should be in a pool. We should be someone in there talking about water safety. If you have your own pool, you can do that. The city had a pool, Canyon Springs, but couldn't work it out. You have your own pool, you do that year-round. Kids drown year-round. Older people drown year-round. Let's do this. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Nicole McNeil, Patricia Kroom, and Tom Gerald Sr.
Hi, thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members, staff, community members, and especially the water safety advocates that are here today, including my inspiration, Mrs. Vivian Stansel. So I come from San Diego. I drove up today to help support. I volunteer for the Prevent Drowning Foundation of San Diego, where I serve as the president. And in that role, we work to fundraise and coordinate schools and municipalities so that we can activate all bodies of water to provide water safety efforts for our community members who need them the most. In addition to that, I also work for the City of San Diego Parks and Recreation Department. I'm the Aquatics District Manager, and in that role, I oversee our city's municipal pool system, which includes 15 pools. We're about 100% designed for an additional 16th pool, and we just initiated a feasibility study for a 17th pool. It's not enough. We need more pools. Two of the pools I oversee are joint use municipal pools. So, for example, it's the City of San Diego and Community College District. It's operated by the city on College District land. And then last year, we were super excited to initiated joint use agreement with the San Diego Unified School District. And it's awesome. It can be done. It's a lot of hard work, but I'd absolutely recommend some action steps here to get that agreement going, and absolutely to go into the design of the Vivian Stansel Aquatic Center that needs to happen here in Moreno Valley. So I want to provide some statistics as promised. So as we know, swimming is a life skill that is not easily accessible to all residents throughout our communities. According to the Centers for Disease Control, 79% of children in households with incomes less than $50,000 have little to no swimming ability, and this includes 64% of African American, 45% of Hispanic Latino, and 40% of Caucasian children. Just so that you're aware, in California, over 400 people die from drowning. And in Riverside County alone, there have been 377 drowning deaths from 2005 to 2020. That's an average of 25 deaths on an annual basis. That is a very significant number, and that is only deaths. That's not including the non-fatal drownings. There's at least 3 to 4 times that number of people who are seeking emergency care. So I just want to extend my support for this project. Like I say, would recommend that you take steps to create the new pool here, that you work on getting that agreement going with the high school. If you have discretionary funds, use them for water safety education materials, transportation now.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The next 3 speakers are Patricia Kroom, Tom Gerald Sr., and David Seitz.
Hello. I'm gonna lower this a little bit. Hello, hi, City Council, and everybody, all the board members. Thank you for having us. I represent the Vivian Stansel Olympian Foundation, and I would like to also let you guys know we do have gifts for you that we will give out at the end of this. I wanted to just speak a little bit about Vivian. I met her at, I had an office space in her building, and her husband, they were very just gracious toward me, welcoming, and, I was going through some things. They prayed for me, they encouraged me. They invited me to retype their bylaws for the Vivian Stansel Olympian Foundation. And then she said, would you like to be a part of the organization? Would you like to be on the board of directors? I'm like, yes, why not? I love standing up and advocating for any great cause and being part of change. And the change needs to happen. I'm encouraging and imploring the board and the staff to, really take this measure into high consideration to get this aquatic center built or a pool built that is going to be funded and supported by you all, by this great community. Okay. And I would like to Vivian wrote a book, so that's why I'm up here with this book. It's called From Setback to Comeback, the victorious story of Vivian Stansel. And so I'm going to put these glasses on because I cannot read this small print. Okay. Just so you know, I got only a short time to say, what happens when life seems unfair and impossible to endure, living in internal darkness and the form of poverty, abuse, death, sickness, loneliness, and even blindness can make your soul weary as you lose the courage to face each day with hope, no matter how hard this journey may become. There will always be a reason to live, love, laugh, and leave a legacy for your family and the many people who will come after you and benefit from your resolve to never give up. These are just one of those stories as one woman defied all odds after losing a mother, being placed in foster care, and losing her sight before she was even 22 years old. Now Vivian Stansel was finally able to share her overview of the 75 lives that she has been able to thrive in 75 years. I think that's what it's supposed to say, that she's been able to thrive in thus far. And I want you guys to, encourage you guys to get a copy of this book. And also, again, we just encourage you guys to support what we're trying to do here in the community. Save lives. That's essentially what it's about. And I'm thankful that I met her. She's part of saving my life, too. So God bless you, Ms. Stansel. I appreciate you and your husband. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next three speakers are Tom Gerald Sr., David Zides, Luis Palomares.
Tom Joe again, speaking on behalf of myself, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, thanks for the opportunity to give us with you a little bit tonight. First of all, what a great battery of speakers. Wow, what a great way to go out before our summer break here. Very inspirational people, so thank you all for coming and inputting. You know, on the subject of the joint use, it's just common sense to have these joint use, of course, not just pools, but many things. And so I encourage that continued dialogue. And, you know, it's very, very important. As a youth, I enjoyed the benefit of swimming. I'm trying to think how old I was. At the oldest 10, maybe 8, I don't know. I was pretty young in Euclid, Ohio, and in a city pool there, and it was a great treat. And my sister became a lifeguard, and so it's a wonderful skill to know, not only for your safety, but for enjoyment and good health. And so, and maybe it's helped me as I've aged too, got me in shape early. I still can't float. I don't know why, but I always enjoyed swimming. And, on the subject of city council leadership and effectiveness, again, being here a while, it was Cynthia Crothers, District 1, who, and I could be a little bit off on this, and I'll stand correction if I do, but I just remember her being a firebrand for the joint use of the pool when it came up. It was a bit of a political hot potato for a while, and but she fought for it, and I see a nod there, so I guess my memory is right, but I remember her really working hard to get that done. So, I throw it out to you. Here's your opportunity now to, I like this idea of a swim center. I was thinking as I was walking up, before we moved here, we lived in Mission Viejo in Orange County, and it was, it was a nice little planned community, but it was way out there. And one of the first things they did to put them on the map big time was their swim center. They put a big swim center, 3 pools. I think they had an Olympic pool and then a medium size, and they had a little one, for small for training stuff. And I think they had a wading pool too. I mean, they had quite a facility there. And they really parlayed that into, quite a, actually international icon. So here's an opportunity. We've got a lot of youth in this community. It's good for their health. And so, and again, the prevention of drowning and those good skills. But you can't take those skills right to the ocean. That's a whole different world. But still, it's good training. So I affirm you for hearing this. Thank you.
The next speakers are David Zides, Luis Palomares, and Roy Bleckard.
Good evening. The mayor mentioned about funding to help this get along. I think instead of making funding of help get along, why don't you guys set something aside that if this does get approved, you could have a media blitz to get it out so it gets used. If nobody knows about it, what's the good of having it? I don't know how you'd go about that. And then maybe we do need an aquatic center. I agree 100% on that. Maybe we can start tacking a sub fee, some kind of fee on the developers that are coming in here building, making money off of us, that they pay a percentage to build this aquatic center instead of just something of their choice to give us. Let's make them pay for what we want. Okay, I'm gonna make it short and sweet. I don't need to rant and rave about anything else.
Next speaker is Luis Palomares, followed by Roy Bleckard.
Wow, excellent speakers. My hat's off to them. I mean, they save lives, what they do. And, I seen something once in a magazine saying, children drown in silence. You can't hear them screaming, like if they fall off a bike or, fall down, they drown in silence. So my hat's off to all the speakers here today. And hopefully we can get this going. But since 2015, our Canyons Pool Spring has been down since 2015. It's under construction. They're fixing it. we have a contract with them, an agreement for 99 years we could use that pool. And there's only another other pool, Valley Views pool. Now, I've asked the district, I've been several times to the district talking about, let's get these pools up and running. We need them. They're vital to the community for all kinds of reasons, for health reasons, mental reasons, save lives reasons. And I've asked the superintendent, Dr. Kitsador over there at the Moreno Valley Unified School District, please build a pool at Vista del Lago. That school, high school, is the newest school in the district, and they didn't build it with a pool. So a lot of waste of our money going into all the other events that they're doing over there. You know, I've been at the district talking about air conditionings in the classrooms. They're fixing them, bathrooms. We had to go protest because all the at a school that houses 3,000 students or plus, they only had 2 bathrooms open. So we went and took it to the streets. Maybe that's what we got to do so Canyon Springs could open up their pool. We could have had it up and running for this summer. So I agree, we need something for the lessons for a lot of different reasons here in our community. And Moreno Valley Unified District has to honor their agreement. Honor their agreement. They talk about kids first. Well, let's put your money where your mouth is. Put your money where your mouth is. Now, one of the other speakers was saying, maybe we can get the business community, the developers, to put an aquatic, because Victoria Baca had been talking about this. Mayor Pro Tem Victoria Baca, before she passed away, she was talking about this. And we could have had, like I said, the Moreno Valley Trade Center that wanted to put a whole arena there of wow, I get emotional when I think about this. They wanted to come and give us $30 million, give us tax revenue, and put a whole sports center with a lot of things over there for the community. We could have probably said, we want an aquatic center, because they probably would have did that for us too, but we blew that away, and it's so sad. So now, if we get this aquatic center.
Thank you.
Roy Bleckert is the final speaker.
I don't know how many times I have to come up and tell you, the city has an agreement. You're putting the wrong name on that. It is the Moreno Valley Unified Crime Syndicate. Acronym MVUCS. Write it 69 times both ways on the chalkboard till it's drilled into your head. The reason, and you want to know about corrupt policies, ask somebody that's corrupt. George Price was our first parks director in '90. He sat in this well for 2 decades. Go look at his involvement and probably misappropriation of funds on Pete Bleckert Park. It's in the median on Alessandra. You can throw a rock in it. He sat up there in that well and on that dais for 2 years and told you, you cannot trust the crime syndicate because they will break these agreements. Time and time again, we paid for a pool. We cannot use it. They're supposed to maintain a pool. They cannot maintain it. I heard about, we need to do this and charge developers. Hooey. In 10 years, we went from $8,000 to $24,000 per student, K through 12, in the state of California. That's 300% more money. The crime syndicate is flush with money. They could build a pool in every freaking block. So what I'm telling you, 3 little boys, I want you down at the Moreno Valley Crime Syndicate next Tuesday at 6 o'clock. And I want you to tell them this. And I want the city manager, assistant city manager to do the same thing. Because this has gone on way too far. How much more money are we going to dump on that? Dump down the river, and you heard the Stansel group. How many more kids are going to die? Because of the policies we're doing, and you're letting them get away with it. And you're complicit in it. This is serious stuff. And you can blow it off for 8 weeks and not do nothing? I don't know how y'all look in the mirror, really. I invite the Stansel group to come down to the crime syndicate and reiterate the importance of maintaining the pools we got and building more. We talked into Measure M. Oh, we talked about that at Vista del Lago. That got blown out. And that money I'm talking about, the Measure M money isn't even in that. So don't cry me the sing-song and the crocodile tears. Why don't you take the next 8 weeks, get back here, and do your frickin' job?
The final speaker is Bob Palomares.
Good evening again. This city will be, when it tops off, at 300,000 residents with no pool. This is a blessing, these people here. 300,000 residents. And then the ones we do have at the schools, like they were saying, are out of commission or they're poorly maintained. So this is something to take real serious. And, and it serves a lot of purpose. I mean, so much. The great Muhammad Ali used to train in a pool. He trained in a pool. I guess that's why he got so fast. But it serves a lot, even for people that have, disabilities. In 91, I had a compound fracture of the femur. And the doctor told me it's going to take you about 18 months to get rehabilitated. I went to a pool, and in 6 months, I was dancing. So we know the value of it. So let's keep it up and let's move forward. Thank you.
That concludes public comment, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We will now go ahead and move into council deliberation. If desired, please hit your speaker button here. And I see the entire council. If I may just kind of start things off here. At the last council meeting is when we all voted to put this on the agenda. So I want to thank my colleagues for supporting it and allowing us to have this conversation that we're having here tonight, allowing a public forum for our residents to come out and share their concerns, share their perspectives, share their expertise, their opinion, and that passion as well that we've seen here tonight. And I just want to make sure that we are addressing these issues regarding water safety and saving lives. Ultimately, that's what this is all about. And so there's various paths and various things that we have to accomplish along the way. I do want to mention that our staff has been working hard over the past, I would say, a couple of years now to secure an aquatic center or at a minimum Olympic-sized pool as public-private partnerships with some of our private developers. So that is something that I know staff is working very hard on, and hopefully in the near future we'll have some good news to bring to the public on that front. So just wanted to make sure to mention that to let the public know that we are working on this and spending a lot of time on it. And in regards to the school district, the joint use agreement, I do fully support, giving direction to staff to try, hopefully, to come to some kind of agreement, to look through that agreement that we have with the district and figure out a solution to this so that we can provide these swimming lessons and safety classes ASAP, preferably this summer. So I fully support that. And if my colleagues would support it, also allocating some amount of funding if that would help staff as well from the Community Foundation. So I'll conclude my comments with that. And then next up, we have Mayor Pro Tem Delgado.
So as far as the joint use agreement, I say we enforce it. And okay, so then you're saying, well, how can we enforce a joint use agreement when we don't have a pool to enforce, to use? Well, I think we have to put some pressure on them. And I know that you guys have. And you've been trying for the last 8 months, but now that we're involved, I think that we can try to expedite this. So that's as far as the school district, and we have a great relationship with them. So I think we should actually kind of dive into that. As far as the actual saving lives, I learned how to swim in the plunge. I don't know if anybody has ever heard of the plunge, and that's in San Bernardino. It's in the projects. And that's where I learned to swim in San Bernardino, and it was a public pool, and it's called the plant. And they supplied lunch for us every day. So I am an advocate for training and allowing our youth to learn how to swim in a secured environment. I'm going to be a grandfather in December, and I have a pool in my backyard, but I have a security fence around it. So I know, and they could defeat that for sure. But I raised all three of my kids in that pool, and I taught them how to swim at an early age. So I totally understand where you guys are coming from, and I support that wholeheartedly. But the bottom line is, I think that joint use agreement needs to be enforced, and we need to come together with them to make it happen. Mayor Cabrera talked about our future in Moreno Valley and our aquatic center, and we are trying very hard. We're probably a lot closer than the public knows, but we're hoping for that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Next, we have Councilmember Marquez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. In 1973, my younger brother drowned. And for years, we were afraid to get near the water. And my mom used to say, your dad's going to come home and throw you in the pool, so you're going to learn how to swim. Well, we did. He threw us in the pool, and we learned how to swim. And all my children know how to swim, and my 4-year-old granddaughters know how to swim. Without those floaties, they jump in and they're like a fish. All my grandkids. So I know how it feels to lose someone to drowning. Several years ago, a developer came to us, and I met with them, also staff did, and they had agreed to build the pool for the city under their development. And it's still in planning, if I'm not mistaken. I can't say where and who, but it's still in planning. And if this gets approved, this developer will build a city pool for us, and that's part of the agreement. They are running, I believe, over cost on their project, but with our staff working with them, I think that if this project gets approved, they will build us a city pool, and that would be nice to have. So let's just cross our fingers and pray that this plan gets approved, and the cost, they have money for the cost of a pool, and we'll have a pool hopefully by end of next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we have Councilmember Shaylinda Bernard.
Okay, so tonight we're discussing the joint use agreement and whether or not we should go through with it. And I'm in agreement with Mayor Pro Tem Delgado that we need to attempt to get this agreement enforced. I know the mayor's desire is to see if we can get this up and running. School for Moreno Valley Unified is a month and a half away. And if we've been trying to talk to them for the last 8 months and we haven't gotten anything, I'm pushing to say that it's something that's probably going to end up happening next year, because it apparently is not at the top of MVUSD's list of things they would want to do right now. So I'm going to lean and say it's probably not going to be this year. It's probably actually going to end up being next year if we can actually get them to the table to enforce this. As far as the aquatic center goes, I think we all are in agreement that we understand that we do need a city pool. I grew up in the neighboring city of Riverside. So I was up at Shamel Park, the YMCA, where I learned to swim. So I think we're all in agreement that we do understand that we need these things. I just want to make sure I put that out there, because somehow I feel like there was some miscommunication, because some people were talking about building an aquatic center. That right now, this discussion is not about that. That's us trying to get this joint use agreement enforced with the city of Moreno Valley, as well as Moreno Valley Unified School District, so that it is open to our residents until we're able to get something like that developed and off and running on the ground. So we're trying to do that. I would also consider maybe we start having conversations with Val Verde Unified School District to see if any of their pools are open to our residents, and just trying to get something like this in place so that next year when we're putting out all our information for the summer, parents are aware these are the areas that have free swimming lessons for their children to go. I think it would be a little bit of a pivot right now for us to get it done, essentially because they told us we could go to Valley View, but they also haven't really talked to us about the schematics of all of it either. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz.
Okay. So this tonight is, like Councilmember Bernard said, it's not about getting a new pool. That's not what's on the agenda. And again, we all agree we need a pool. I grew up in East LA, and the plunge was at City Terrace Park. And so you would get there at noon, you'd get a free lunch, and you'd swim till 5 till you had baseball practice. And, you know, that's where we were. That's where I was every day in the summer. We moved to Moreno Valley in Sunnymead Ranch, so we had the lake club, we had a pool. I did go and do junior lifeguarding at Lake Paris. My first job was actually a lifeguard at the water slides at Lake Paris. So I agree, having access to water is very important. I don't have a pool in my backyard, so I have used the Canyon Springs pool over the years. I've taken my kids to that pool, to Valley Views. We've even gone over to the Cove, but it is important for us to have access to water, and it is important for us to teach our kids how to swim because without access to that, it puts them in a greater danger. And it is true that children of black and brown are more likely to be in danger of drowning because of the lack of access to swimming lessons because there's no pool. So we agree we do need a community pool, and we are working with our builders to get that. It won't happen in the next year, but what we want to do tonight is look at the agreement we currently have. We currently have a 99-year agreement that could be severed at any time by either party, so we want to be careful there. But I do want to motion that we ask the ACM to continue to work with the Moreno Valley Unified to achieve compliance with Contract 193, the joint use agreement for Canyon Springs High School swimming pool. So I'm looking for a second.
So there's a motion and a second for that motion. Before we take a vote, I would just like to at least entertain maybe possibly amending the first motion or submitting an alternate motion to include everything that Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz just mentioned, and also allocate up to $10,000 from the Community Foundation to cover costs to provide some kind of swimming lessons with the school district if some kind of agreement is come to, just to give staff that flexibility. And also provide staff the direction to have conversations with Valverde Unified School District about potential partnerships with them as well. So just before we take that vote, I would like for the council to consider that, if we could include that as part of the motion and give staff that direction.
I'll just ask for clarification on one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Why is there a cost? Why is there a cost to a joint use agreement?
So
is there a cost?
So to provide some more context here, from my understanding, the school district has actually sent us emails saying that the only pool that is a viable option, if we can come to some kind of agreement this summer, would be the pool at Valley View High School. Now, providing the swimming lessons or safety classes, there may be a cost that we may have to incur for that. So just to give staff that flexibility, right? If some kind of cost does have to be incurred and an expenditure has to be made, we don't have any more council meetings until August 15th. So between now and then, if we have to spend some kind of money to provide those classes, I want to at least give staff that option to spend up to that money.
I have zero issue with you can't put value or a dollar value on life for sure, 100%. But I just need to just clarify if they can't charge us, right? They can't charge us for an agreement we have.
So if you allow me, Basically, the agreement states that the school district is to provide these lessons and services. We paid for the pool, they provide the programming. So basically, what I'm hearing is to make sure there's compliance with the agreement. And things now change knowing that all of our, well, I'll wait for your vote, but if there is a consensus, then we have other options in the conversation back and forth. But they are to provide the services and the programming for the lessons.
Okay. So, I mean, that being said, if there is no consensus to, I guess, allocate any kind of funding, as Brian just stated, that the school district would have to cover the costs for any kind of swimming lessons. And if that's a desire of the council, then that's perfectly fine. I'm just trying to think of contingencies, right, to cross all of our T's. So if there's no desire to do that, then I guess we would just defer back to the first motion that is on the table, unless any other council members would like to add to the conversation. Okay. Seeing none, yeah, there's a motion and a second. If we could please vote. And that passes unanimously with 5 yeses. Okay, and at this time, we're going to take just a short 5-minute break so we can get up and stretch a little bit. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. We are now back from our brief break here. We will resume where we left off. We had just concluded item H4 on our agenda. So we will go back to our regular order on the agenda, which brings us back to item H1. It's the reappointment of certain members to certain commissions, boards, and committees to full 3-year terms. And we have a report from our city clerk.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. The item before you tonight is reappointment of certain commissions, boards, and committees to full 3-year terms. So on March 21st, 2023, this year, the slate of appointees was approved by the City Council prior to the adoption of the new rules regarding appointments to commissions, boards, and committees, which took effect on May 4th of this year. And on May 17th, 2023, the oath of office was given to all the new appointees. However, some have not even had the opportunity to attend meetings since their appointments and are not likely to attend any meetings prior to June 30th, 2023, when their terms expire. There is a risk that if these individuals are not reappointed prior to the City Council summer recess, the vacancies may make it challenging for some of the commissions, boards, and committees to establish a quorum in order to conduct business. So these are the commissions and boards and committees that are affected. The Arts Commission, the Environmental and Historical Preservation Board, the Library Commission, Senior Citizens Board, Parks, Community Services and Trails Committee, the Traffic Safety Commission, and the Utilities Commission. So the makeup of, I'm going to go through the makeup of each of the commissions that it would affect. The Arts Commission has one new appointee. She was appointed on March 21st of this year. The Arts Commission currently consists of the following: 1 member from District 1, 2 members from District 2, 2 members from District 3, and 3 members from District 4. The Environmental and Historical Preservation Board has 2 new members that were appointed on March 21st. And then the makeup of the board is 0 members from District 1, 1 member from District 2, 1 member from District 3, and 2 members from District 4. The Parks, Community Services, and Trails Committee, we've got 1 member that, 1 new member, James Baker. He was appointed also on March 21st. And the committee is currently consists of the following: 1 member from District 1, 1 member from District 2, 2 members from District 3, and 2 members from District 4. The Traffic Safety Commission, we've got 1 member that was appointed in March 21st. The commission currently consists of 2 members from District 1, 3 members from District 2, 1 member from District 3, 2 members from District 4. And for the Utilities Commission, we've got 2 members. They came on board on March 21st, David Bride and Erlen Gonzalez. And the commissions consists of 1 member from District 1, 1 member from District 2, 2 members from District 3, and 1 member from District 4. So the recommendation is for City Council to provide direction regarding whether to reappoint certain members of certain commissions, boards, and committees who were appointed on March 21st, 2023, with terms expiring June 30th, 2023 to full 3-year terms commencing July 1st of this year through June 30th of 2026. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for the report. Do any council members have questions for staff? I think I see. First, I have questions from Councilmember Banca Santa Cruz.
Looking, we have a new policy. We have new procedures of how we appoint commissioners, and just looking at District 1, I have 2 commissioners on this list, but I've already submitted a recommendation for Mr. David Bride to a new 3-year term on the Utilities Commission, and I already submitted an recommendation for Mr. Darrell Terrell to be appointed to a different commission. So I don't understand why these are coming back, just for the District 1 people, because I've already submitted these people using the new process for recommendation, and it's been months. I did it in May when the new process was codified. So why is it that this is coming to me in a different fashion? I was assuming that these appointments would come in a slate recommendation to be appointed, ratified by the council. Have those applications been submitted to the mayor?
Okay, they have been submitted to the mayor, but this slate, these newly appointed commissioners were appointed March 21st of this year. The new rules took effect on May 4th of this year.
Right.
So that's
since
the
May
difference.
4th, I've submitted both of these commissioners to new terms for new consideration, knowing that their terms were expiring.
Right. And so that is the next staff report that we can, well, I think those were included in this one. Let me look real quickly. For the Utilities Commission, correct?
Right. I submitted a new recommendation for Mr. David Bride, asking that he be appointed for a new term, and Mr. Darrell Terrell be appointed to a different commission. And I've submitted these recommendations for you to submit to the mayor. Have they been submitted?
Correct, yes. But this one, Mr. Bride is on the, we're
Utilities.
asking that he be reappointed for 3 years.
Okay.
But Mr. Terrell, you made that recommendation for another commission. That commission is not on the agenda tonight.
I'm just not sure why we are not following the new procedure. Because we submitted, or at least I did. I don't know if any other council member has submitted any recommendations since May when the new rules took effect.
So if, Madam Clerk, if I may help you a little bit here, the reason why, my understanding, why this was added to the agenda by the clerk's department was, as she kind of stated in her report, that several of the members who were appointed just a few weeks ago, as the clerk mentioned, some haven't even attended a meeting because there hasn't been a meeting yet. And many of those, I think it was 18 total, many of them, I believe it's about 8 or so, their terms are expiring, so they haven't even had a chance to attend a single meeting, not because of their fault, but because there just hasn't been a meeting. Right. And so in order to make sure, like the clerk mentioned in her report, that these boards and commissions have quorums and that we don't have any issues with that, she's making a recommendation that we extend those terms for those 18, out of those 18, the 8 or so that are expiring on June 30th, to give them 3-year terms. Now, I think I understand one of the concerns that the council members bringing up, so I will ask if, I think she's mentioning Darrell Terrell and David Bride. If we vote to give them a 3-year term, does that preclude them from being nominated for a different board or commission?
No, it doesn't. The only thing is they would have to, give up their seat, the current seat. If they were on the traffic safety, they would have to, give that seat up. If they were it was approved to be
But
on another commission.
Is it just on some commissions? Because I know I do have one commissioner that's on two.
Uh-huh.
So is it certain commissions that are not allowed to be more than one?
No, it's all of them.
Really?
All of them.
If you look at the Macy, what is the report where we have to have it online? Marcy?
Oh, the
does-
Maddie Act?
Maddie. The Maddie
Mhm.
Act shows Miss Johnson, I think, Esther Johnson, on two commissions, and it's been like that for months.
Yeah, I don't know why she's on there, but this one hasn't been in operation. The Accessibility Appeals Board it hasn't been in operation. I spoke to her a while back, and it has yet to be in operation. So that's probably not even a valid commission.
Yeah, that's not a commission,
The accessibility?
the accessibility board.
Okay, so then that wouldn't conflict her out, anybody out, if they were on that board from one of the other commissions?
It shouldn't.
Okay.
It's not it's not a board that serves in the capacity of, as an advisory board.
Okay,
More
that
for appeals.
answers that question then. Okay, so then,
Councilmember, do you have any other questions on this item?
I just want to say that I do endorse the extension of commissioners from District 1, Mr. David Bride and Mr. Darrow Terrell, on the commissions that they're currently serving.
Okay, thank you. We'll get to deliberation in just a moment, but I do have questions from Mayor Pro Tem Delgado as well.
Yeah, I just want to confirm that that's what we're doing. So the folks that were appointed March 21, this only affects them that we're extending. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Steve.
Yes, thank you. Are there any other questions from the council before we move to public comment? Okay, seeing none. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
Yes, Bob Palomares.
Okay.
Good evening again. It's good that we try to keep these boards and commissions full, because I know it's hard to keep them full. Or I don't know if any of them ever been full and stood that way. But it seems to me that somebody has dropped the ball here. You know, we have, on the Planning Commission, we have 7 commissioners, and right now we're down to 4. And then one's going on vacation. I mean, that's a big concern, the Planning Commission. So what the hell is going on here? I mean, you're reappointing people, but it looks like you forgot to put the engine in the car. Yeah, you know, that's... Is anybody up there aware of that? I mean, there's people that have put in for it. I know Councilwoman from District 1 says May 4th. I don't know if it was for the Planning Commission, and now we're June 20th. But, I mean, you guys got to wake up. You know, this is unacceptable. Thank you.
Madam
That
Clerk?
concludes public comment. Oh, there's one more.
I think we have one more.
Luis Palomares. Oh, and Roy Bleckard.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Get it done. Leave it to Moreno Valley to take a normal cluster foxtrot and turn it into a super humongous cluster foxtrot. We went through this, it finally got a study session to do this, and you agreed to do this and work out the Planning Commission, and none other than Mr. Mayor to put it up at the next meeting, and at least Ms. Baca and Mr. Ed said, you know, we were supposed to do this and fix all this, so we're done with it, and everybody knows how to proceed. Here we are, 3 or 4 months later, going back through the same thing, but you know what? I guess you got to get to the strip bar and do beer and shots because, again, it's pointed out, 8 weeks and we don't care, but we got to get this done so we can get out there and have our fun. You create the chaos, and then you sit up here like the... I don't know why any semi-sane business person or something would want to come into this town if they watch this stuff. You should be on the gas. You should be working on it, for crying out loud. You heard Mr. Kellner, you heard Mr. Baker. He said, I'm not going to be here at the Planning Commission on July 13th. It means no quorum. Do you remember what happened 2 years ago when we were going through the general plan? We only had 4, and we sat here 2 or 3 meetings, and everybody had to come, and we couldn't get it through the Planning Commission because we only had 3 people show up. You can't reform these things. Brandon Carn, for crying out loud, check your 460s, Dave, come up here and said, you guys need to reform this stuff. And you sit there paralyzed. Where in God's green earth are you putting a proposal up? Because as every day, you and Cabrera have sat there for 6 freaking years, and I put the reports and reform this, and you've done nothing. That's right. Absolutely nothing. When? Show me the communication one day. Either one of you said, hey, you know, maybe we can fix this. Once. But we're the Forbidden 5. We're the ones that get ridiculed from that dais. We're the ones that get told we're nuts, we're tinfoil hat conspiracy theorists. We have to endure that. Have you looked at your organizational charts? Who's on top of it? We the people, and we get treated like dirt. You sit there with 8 months over there at the crime syndicate, told you, gave you the middle finger, and we got a good relationship with them. What do you think we think of happens when we're not watching you?
The next 2 speakers, Luis Palomares and Tom Gerald Sr.
I remember when the corrupt mayor, Ulysses Cabrera, had brought all these people to fill the boards and commissioners back in March. It's great. They had good qualifications. Hey, it's all good. But they haven't yet been able to sit on a board or a commission. You had all the answers, Cabrera. Where are they at? Give us the answers. It was your idea. You beat us down with it. You push them to just come back another time. Give all your credentials, everything like you're gonna, like I said, apply for a $200,000 job a year. I mean, they're more than qualified, but they haven't even had the opportunity to do what they want to do and give to the city. Mr. Bright idea, another good idea. Well, now, what Elena said earlier, hey, I agree with her. We should extend it. I think that's what I heard. Maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, as far as the ones that their time's coming up at the end of the month. What about the Planning Commission? You were ready that night to put your pal in there, George Price's sidekick, the Gonzalez guy. You were ready to put him in there. But now, hey, what about Darrell Terrell? That guy is amazing. He comes and does his homework, something that you don't know how to do, Cabrera. And he tells us, and he lets us know what's going on in the community. Some of us, I get educated because I can't be everywhere and know everything. He does. He knows a lot, and he brings it here. And why can't he be? Oh, because everything changed in May. And come on. You've had that application. When you want to do something and make something happen, you do like you push those people in March. 2 times they came out here. 2 times. You know, you're nothing but a political prostitute of a mayor. And I don't have no respect for you. And as far as the Planning Commission, we're only got 4 people on there. That's money. If people come, developers and builders and everybody, business people come, what are we gonna do? If one commissioner don't or one don't show up, or what are we gonna do? We're working with a skeleton crew here, and that's your doing, Cabrera. Mr. I know all the answers to everything. Mr. Dictator Cabrera, you're too busy worrying about your pal here, the crooked David Marcus, instead of doing your homework and doing what you're supposed to be doing. Instead of campaigning 24/7 and worrying about what we need to do here in the community about planning commissions, you can't do that, right? because it's not who you want. It's not your agenda. We need to fill those planning commission seats yesterday. Thank you.
Tom Gerald Sr.
Tom Joe Sr., again, speaking on behalf of myself, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, and the public, thanks for the opportunity to speak. Actually hadn't planned to speak on this, but then Bob Palomar said something that really struck home with me. When we look at all these boards, commissions, and so on and so forth, all the traffic and parks and trails and seniors, et cetera, those, in car terms, they're like your air conditioning pump, your power steering, your power brakes. Nice stuff to have, your stereo, but they don't pull the car. The Planning Commission is the engine. That's where we ring the register. That's a ka-ching. And that's why I've been pro-growth, pro-development for all these years, because it's something we can harness and will take us in the future, and it has. We built a darn good city. You know, to see my little daughter come out here who hadn't seen Moreno Valley in decades, and she said, "You have a hospital?" I said, "No, we have 2 hospitals and some big clinics and a lot of shopping centers and industrial buildings. Good things happening." So we need a pool. But in any event, but you know, that's your engine. So we got to get the engine online. And so thank you for giving me the chance to speak.
That concludes public comments, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So that will bring us now to council deliberation, if desired, on this item. And do have a couple of things to add. If any council members have any comments, please hit your speaker button. I'll get to Mayor Pro Tem here next. So just a couple things here that the public has kind of touched on, a few topics, and also referring back to the report from our city clerk. So one thing that the council member from District 1 brought up was that she has made recommendations for certain boards and commissions from District 1. And last week, mid-last week, I did receive an email with a couple of names. One of them was, as you said, Mr. Darrell Terrell. So I did receive that email last week, just so that everybody is aware that I have received recommendations from District 1, and I believe one may have come in from District 2 as well, and one from District 3 as well. So I, again, received that email last week with recommendations from the council. Also, again, in order to maintain a quorum on these particular boards and commissions that are on this item, staff is making that recommendation that we extend these terms for the 3 years. And also, as a reminder, when we were last doing our appointments, I actually voiced my support for Mr. Darrell Terrell for the Planning Commission. That's one thing that I did publicly say when we were last doing our appointments. And I see now that District 1 is making that recommendation. And also, I do have a question, since it came up, and this is new information to me, regarding the Planning Commission. There are currently 4 members on the Planning Commission. Would 3 be sufficient for a quorum, or does it have to be 4 or more in order to have a quorum?
I think it's 3.
3.
Steve?
3.
Yeah.
3 would make a quorum?
If we only have 4.
Yes.
3.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So again, just to reiterate what staff mentioned, because certain members of the public are claiming that, or stating that if one member of the Planning Commission is absent, that 3 would not be a quorum. Staff just clarified for the public's information that there are currently 4 members on the Planning Commission, and even if one is absent, 3 would still be sufficient for a quorum for the Planning Commission. I just wanted to make sure to clarify that so that there's no misinformation out there as well. So that being said, I do plan on, when we come back from recess, our first meeting back in August, bringing those recommendations, looking over those, scheduling interviews over the summer, and putting that, or at least asking, because I can't do it on my own, I have to consult with staff, to put that on our agenda for, it would be August 15th, to make those new appointments and bring that new slate. So that'll conclude my comments there. Hopefully that answered a few questions. Next we have Mayor Pro Tem Delgado.
I think you cleared it up on the email, but I dropped the ball on my district getting that email or getting it submitted in time. So I own that, but maybe after the break, we'll get it taken care of.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz.
My recommendations, I recommended 2 planning commissioners on May 3rd, 2023. I have an email to you, the mayor, with me and Ms. Jasmine CC'd from our city clerk. And last week, the email that you were talking about is when I looked at my current commissioners, knowing that we only had 1 meeting left before the break, I checked to see if anybody's terms were expiring, and that's why I sent the renewal for the traffic or the utility commissioner, because I knew I'd already sent the 2 planning commissioners May 3rd, the first day that the new rules went into effect, and last week after reviewing the commissioners' terms. So I don't know why there was a breakdown in the process for the planning commission, but those have been submitted on time.
Yeah, I will. I'll make sure to look through my emails. I don't recall seeing any email May 3rd with any recommendations, but I know for a fact I did get an email last week with recommendations for District 1.
That's because there was a term expiring. I wanted to get to that before we went dark for the summer.
Thank you. Would any other council members like to make any comments on this item? Okay, seeing none. At this time, I will entertain a motion to approve staff's recommendations.
I move.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. Please vote.
Can I clarify one real quick? Sorry. It said extend those terms expiring on June 30 until sometime after the city.
No, that's the.
That's the next item.
Oh, my bad.
We want H1.
Yeah, it's a separate item.
I'm sorry.
Getting pretty late. Okay, and that passes unanimously, 5 yeses. So that brings us now to the next item regarding appointments, which is item H2. And we'll start first with a report from our city clerk.
Okay, so this item is temporarily extending expiring terms of certain members of commissions, boards, and committees to the city council recess period. And this is different than the last one because these are commissioners that have been sitting on the board. They haven't been recently appointed. They've been on there for a while. So there are several members of certain commissions, boards, and committees that have terms due to expire on June 30th of this year. The named individuals were appointed from the former mayor's slate of appointees. Each of these members have been contacted, and the majority are interested in continuing to serve on their respective commissions, boards, and committees. We only had one that declined out of all those, so that was that. Temporarily extending the expiring terms will provide sufficient time for applications to be submitted and processed prior to the official expiration of the current members' terms. And this will provide the city council adequate time to consider whether to appoint the current members or appoint new members. This will mitigate the risk of some commissions, boards, or committees not being able to establish a quorum during city council recess. So the makeup of the Arts Commission, there's 9 members, 2 teen members. Arzil Beeson, he's expiring on the end of the month, 6/30. The Arts Commission consists of, again, 1 member from District 1, 2 members from District 2, 2 members from District 3, and 3 members from District 4. and 1 teen vacancy. Each one of these slides will have the amount of vacancies there are in each commission. Emerging leaders, there's 9 members and 2 alternates. Nathan Van Hoog, he's from District 4. He's expiring. Well, he already expired on 5/31 of this year. The Emerging Leaders Council consists of 0 members from District 1, 1 member from District 2, 2 members from District 3, and 5 members from District 4. There's 2 vacancies and 2 alternate vacancies. From the Library Commission, there's 7 members, 1 or more alternates. The mayor can appoint more than 1 alternate if he so desires. The 2 incumbents, Jen Carson and Ginger Baker, their terms are expiring on 6/30 of this year. And the Library Commission is made up of 0 members from District 1, 2 members from District 2, 2 members from District 3, 2 members from District 4, and there is 1 vacancy. Senior Citizens Boards, there's 9 members, 1 or more alternates. Anna Christensen is expiring on 6/30 of this year, and the makeup is 0 members from District 1, 4 from District 2, 3 members from District 3, and 2 members from District 4. There are no vacancies for the Senior Citizens Board. For the Parks, Community Services, and Trails Committee, there's 7 members, 2 teen members. Riley Peak, teen member, her term's expiring 6/30/2023, and Alejandra Herrera expiring the same 6/30/2023. The Parks, Community Service, and Trails Committee is made up of 1 member from District 1, 1 member from District 2, 2 members from District 3, 2 members from District 4, and there is 1 vacancy. The Traffic Safety Commission, there's 7 members, 1 or more alternates. Ernesto Guzman is expiring on 6/30 of this year. The commission is made up of 2 members from District 1, 3 members from District 2, 1 member from District 3, and 1 member from District 4, and there are no vacancies. The Utilities Commission, there are 5 members and 1 or more alternates. Reginald Allen, his term is expiring on 6/30 of this year. And the commission's makeup is 1 member for District 1, 1 member from District 2, 2 members from District 3, and 1 member from District 4. There are no vacancies for the Utilities Commission. So the recommendation is for council to provide staff direction on expiring terms ending June 30th, 2023 for those members appointed by the City Council under the former mayor, or extend those terms expiring on June 30th, 2023 until sometime after the City Council recess to provide sufficient time for applications to be submitted and processed prior to the official expiration of the current members' terms. To provide the City Council adequate time to consider whether to reappoint the current members or appoint new members while mitigating the risk of some commissions, boards, or committees not being able to establish a quorum during the City Council recess period due to terms that would otherwise expire on June 30th, 2023. That concludes the report. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Do any council members have questions for staff on this item? Yes. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry, you guys. I know we're late. Until sometime after the City Council recess, what is that's kind of? Do we want to focus in on the first or second meeting, or first meeting? Can we say by the first meeting?
Absolutely. If that's what, we have plenty of time to do the new process.
We can probably just do August 15th, the first meeting back.
Yes. That gives us plenty of time.
Do I need that to?
Yeah, we still need to take public comment and then, yeah. Okay, any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do. Roy Bleckert, Luis Palomares, and David Sides.
Let me just clarify that. At the next planning commission, we're going to be at 3 at the quorum, and we sat here for 2 years ago with this exact scenario at the planning commission. We all showed up, and somebody didn't come. COVID-19 or some other dog ate my homework, and you put us through this kind of torture. Let's be clear of what we're talking about on this stuff. We're talking about this is so simple to solve. It should have been solved. But what? Oh, we got to take 8 weeks off. What, do we have to have coffee and donuts in the morning? You haven't even come up with a plan on the planning commission to fix this that I've seen. That's why we're still talking about this. Even if with your half-blank thing trying to fix the commissions. You need to reform this. We went through this. Back in, what was it, 16, 17? We said either get rid of them, consolidate the commission so you have quorums. Again, we couldn't do anything. What do we sit 7 years later and we're still going over this stuff? Just like the crime syndicate. Just like everything else. You let them run over us time and time again. It's a reflection on all of us what you do. We're either going to soar like the bird, or as Pete said, the opportunity is going to be flying away. Look at your logo. But you won't do anything. You'll continue to do this. You know, Valverde's having a school board meeting tonight. We can't be there. Some pretty serious issues going on in our community, and we're over here dealing with this. Something that should have been done like that. I have said, didn't you see the videotape? If you're not capable of doing it, I will help you. But I'm not going to go through this whole process again, put in the reports and tell you how to do it, or at least set the parameters if you're not going to do anything. I know you might get a big chuckle out of it thinking, oh, well, we'll just waste his time. But it's on you. Do your jobs. You're not doing it. You keep stamping it. It needs to stop.
The next speaker is Luis Palomares, followed by David Sides.
Luis Palomares, community activist. I want to send a shout out to 3 of my grandchildren. One had a birthday yesterday, one has a birthday today, and one has a birthday tomorrow. All 3 in a row. Okay, saying all that, what the hell's going on? You know, I hear Roy, there's a lot of things I don't know that he knows, but, and I believe the council don't know some of it also, and I believe the leader, the dictator, Cabrera, don't know any of it. He don't even know what page he's on because he's too busy getting along to go along with his base also on a 24-hour campaign all year long. So we got to fill these. We got to do what we got to do to make this happen. This should have been done yesterday. It shouldn't have been here today. It should have been done a long time ago. But we got a mayor with all his bright ideas. Throw this on study session. Throw that on study session. Let's finish what we got in the making first before we start throwing everything else, all these bright ideas. Study sessions, 11 o'clock meetings. What a bright idea. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't have no leadership qualities. When you're in the community and all the events that are going on and you're having disagreements with the community, the people, it's a sad day in Moreno Valley. So we need to take care of business and make this happen. And what Roy's talking about, get it going. Let's get it going. And it's, like I said, it should have happened yesteryear, not right now. You know, but we're so caught up with all this other stuff, all this phony baloney stuff on the agenda, my idea, your idea, or this idea, or screwed up idea, staff time. Staff could be doing a lot of other things they'd rather do than do this stuff. This should have been done a long time ago. And the Mayor Cabrera here, the fake mayor, corrupted mayor, he put so much, all his personal agenda stuff up there. We're supposed to be working, not all his personal agenda, not all his campaign promises. Let's get this going. I believe the council wants to do that, but we got a big monkey wrench in here with Cabrera and Marcus, his sidekick. They're both corrupted. They're both two corrupts. Thank you so much. A shame to the city. Thank you. We got to get it going.
The next speaker is David Zeitz, followed by Tom Gerald Sr.
I'll make it quick, won't rant and rave. I'm just curious, a couple of questions. If this does not go through and you do not reappoint these people, will it actually cause any quorums not to happen? Maybe it's a quick check. If we have ample members in these commissions, why are we going through this? Let it expire, take care of it when it gets back. That way you guys have ample time. I know from past experience, and I'll get booed on this, that a lot of people were not happy about our former mayor's appointments. Things were jammed down people's throats during slates. So I think we need to take a look at this individually and go. Now, if there happens to be a quorum that will not go through, then in that particular commission, then give them an extension of 30 days. But to blanket them all, I think it would be a bad idea. So if there's not going to be a quorum, then we need to take care of it. But if there is enough members in there to have a quorum, let it ride out. Everybody knew the expression dates. And yeah, we should have probably taken care of this sooner. But let's not make rash decisions. You know, closing the barn after the cow gets out isn't a way to fix it. Thanks.
Tom Gerald Sr.
Tom Joe Sr. again, speaking on behalf of myself. I will say a little bit on behalf of the Sundance Center, which is a small center in town, but you know we ride to sink by the same tide. And as I said, our planning commission is our part of our engine. Okay, it's a key part. And the question was brought up a few minutes ago whether we can function if we don't have 4 of the commissioners there. Can we function with 3? Well. I assume y'all drive, you know, let's say you had a 7-cylinder car. Would it be smart to run around on 3 cylinders? I mean, that's like 45% of your power. And, you know, from a democratic principle, I don't mean the Democratic Party, but the principle of democracy, is that given a cross-section of the community? You know, I like the idea of each of you have an appointment. I suggested that. Let each council person pick their person, and unless it's a really bad one, you know, they get through, and then the other 2 are at large. That way you got that cross-section of the community. I assume they'd pick people from their district, and we'd have some good representation. But as I said, to play with this is, you know, it just bad business. As I said, you wouldn't take your car on a long trip if you were running on 3 cylinders or 4 cylinders. I don't think you would. It wouldn't be very smart if you did. So, you know, we got a city to run. We got a good thing going. Things have been going good for a pretty good long time. You know, God forbid we have a recession. You know, God forbid. You know, I remember some really tough times in the city. You know, we had the mortgage collapse, and then before that we had the 1990s. I mean, for 10 years we were in a recession out here. You know, we really languished. So I don't want to see the city go through that again. And we got a lot more overhead to carry right now. So, you know, there's a lot riding on this. You know, we got to keep the ball rolling. We got to save up for a rainy day. Thank God for Mike there, he's a fiscal conservative, and I understand we got a pretty good bankroll, and that's a good thing, and I affirm it. And, but I hope we don't have to shell it all out because, we're running out of gas. So those are my comments. Thank you.
That concludes public comment, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So that will bring us now to council deliberation, if desired. And I do see a request here from Councilmember Santa Cruz.
I have a question. So if there is only 4 out of 7 commissioners on a committee and one person is absent, are you saying that they could continue because they have quorum because the 4 is the whole commission? So none of these, if we don't renew these terms, then the committee just reduces in numbers, and so there's no danger of not having quorum at all by not appointing these commissioners. Is that true? Mr. Quintanilla?
Well, that depends on which commission. There's some that have quite a few members that are expiring.
None have more than 2. But for example, let's say, 2. Library Commission is supposed to have 7 members. There's currently only 6. We have 1 vacancy. If we do not reappoint Ms. Carson or Ms. Baker, we would only have 5 members. That means
Well,
they could
there's-
meet if only 3 of them come?
Yeah, well, there's another one that's not going to be reapplying on there.
Okay, but then that would reduce the committee. So then having to get to quorum are you saying is only based on appointed members, not on the full commission?
I believe the city attorney would like to chime in as well.
Maybe it might help if I just go through every commission. So the Arts
Are there
Commission.
different rules for each one?
Different
Are there different rules on?
No, not
Okay.
on the quorum. So with the Arts Commission, you currently have,
8.
City Clerk, are you counting Beeson as one of the members of the Art Commission?
Yes.
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 Okay. So without Beeson, you'll have 7. You'll have 7 members in the Arts Commission. That means you need 4 for a quorum. Emerging leaders, you would lose 1, so you would have 7. You'll need 4 for a quorum.
So it's going to, I don't think you need to go through each of them. So what it is going to reduce our requirement for quorum. So there is no danger of not having quorum if we don't reappoint because it would reduce the number of appointed members. So they wouldn't count towards quorum. Is that correct? And also, one of these appointees has their terms already expired. The emerging leaders expired on May 31st.
Right.
So I'm understanding there is no danger of not having quorum because without them being appointed, that reduces the number of our committee.
You're correct.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Do any other council members have any questions or comments for staff? Okay, we have Mayor Pro Tem Delgado.
Does that mean we want an alternate motion to keep it as it is?
I don't think we would need a motion. We just let the terms expire.
Well, there's 2 recommendations on the agenda. The first one would be, I think it's pretty general, to provide staff direction on the expiring terms ending June 30th for those members appointed by the city council under the former mayor. That's option number 1. So it's kind of open-ended, asking for our direction. The second one is more specific. It's asking or recommending that we temporarily extend the members on the item through. And I think to your point earlier, right? If we do extend them, I agree, we should only extend them temporarily through our next council meeting so that on that council meeting, we can bring forth a brand new slate and give each council member the opportunity to make those recommendations based on the new rules. So these, with option number 2, would only temporarily extend the members on this item through summer recess.
But if we don't, and we let them expire, we kind of do the same thing when we come back. We kind of do the same thing by redoing right, okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's essentially either, I guess the two options would be either we temporarily extend the terms and these particular members stay on the boards and commissions through summer, or we do not and we let them expire and they no longer serve on the boards and commissions. So I think, I mean, at this time I will make a motion to just temporarily extend the terms for these members on the item through the summer. Just temporarily extend them through the summer.
Can you put a date on your motion? Like August 18th, 15th?
So I guess this is where we got to get real technical because our next meeting is August 15th. I would only want them extended up to before the next council meeting because I want August 15th to have an agenda item for new appointments. So to drill down, would the motion just be to extend them up to a week prior to our next council meeting or just the day prior to our next council meeting?
It actually can be the same day because once you appoint, you replace.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, so then just to reiterate the motion, then it would be to temporarily extend the terms for these members on this item through our next council meeting on August 15th. And I'm seeking a second for that. Okay, there's a motion and a second for that. Please vote. And that motion passes with 4 yeses and 1 no from Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz. And that brings us to our last action item on the agenda, which is item H3. That is provide direction regarding the motion to issue a request for proposal to hire a permanent city attorney. And we have a report from our city manager.
Brian?
Thank you.
I just, Mr. Mayor, I have a potential conflict here because we have a contract involved. So I'm going to have to recuse myself and remove myself from the chambers.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Attorney. And we will, I think once the item is concluded, we will bring the city attorney back into the room. Give it just another second. Okay, go right ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. If you recall, at the June 6th meeting, there was a motion that specifically requested a request for proposal to hire a permanent city attorney be brought back to the next council meeting, as this is the subsequent council meeting of that particular meeting. The item before you is a recommendation to authorize the assistant city manager to create, issue, and conduct a request for proposal or an RFP to hire a permanent city attorney or provide any alternative direction to the assistant city manager. With that, that concludes my comments, but I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much for that report. Next, we have council questions of staff. We do have Mayor Pro Tem.
So, Brian, did we give the current our interim city attorney, Steve Quintanilla, any evaluation recently?
Yes, you did. As a body and a council, there was a collective combined score from each of your individual evaluations of the interim city attorney. Yes.
You remember where that fell, at what category or what area that fell into at the final?
Yes, the combined score, weighted score, was a meets standards.
So, and that was a combined from everybody's evaluation on the current city attorney's job, that his performance, that's based on his performance in several different categories. We rated him and it came out to meet standards.
Yes, using the city's processes for evaluating executive team members, I did receive 5 evaluations, one from each of you, with varying criteria and evaluation scope, and it did come out to be meet standards as a combined score.
You remember how long ago? Ish.
I want to say it was late April or early May.
And that was based on an annual evaluation. So we took that document, and in our assessment of his performance, we go back a year, or for me, since I've been here, and 3 out of the 5 of us, that's about right, correct?
Yes, it would be.
So we all came to the conclusion that over the past year, at least the past year, we evaluated his performance as a meet standard, as a body.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just to, I guess, expound on that a little bit more, it's already been established that in the annual evaluation for the interim city attorney, the collective overall review or conclusion for the performance for the current interim city attorney was meets expectations or meets standards, and that is out of, I believe there's 5 different levels. Is that correct? There's the 2 above meets and 2 below meets.
Correct. So the 5 rating categories for any one rating factor or criteria is outstanding, exceeds expectation, meets expectation, needs improvement, or unsatisfactory.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. Do any other council members have any additional questions for staff before we take public comment? Okay. Seeing none, we will go ahead and go into public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes, we've got three requests. Bob Palomares, followed by Tom Gerald Sr. and Pete Bleckard.
What's the hurry with trying to fix something that isn't broken? I don't think, well, you said that he met the standards. I'm sure he would have had a higher rating, but I'm sure there's 2 councilmen that gave him the very minimum, because I know they have a conflict with him, and it goes way back. My problem is that this thing should be tabled until David Marcus's litigation is complete, because I kind of fear that if you were to bring in a new attorney, there might be some tampering. I don't know, but there could be. Somebody would try to influence in some way. Can you find something that'll maybe screw this up? You know, this shouldn't even be spoken about. I don't know who put it up here, but you know, it's if it's monetary, you know, the mayor says he likes to save money. What's going to cost us more? Keeping a man that's been doing I'm going to say a very good job? Or someone that, you know, somebody wants to bump off? This is a bad idea. You should table it and bring it back when the litigation with David Marcus is over. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Tom Gerald Sr., Pete Bleckard, and Roy Bleckard.
Tom Gerald Senior again, speaking on behalf of myself, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, and the public. You know, first I may have to, I'm not an expert parliamentarian, and I may have to call a point of order. I don't know if that's in order, but here's a $1 million question. Is anybody on the side of the aisle an attorney? I don't think so. And I've been, from the very first city council meeting, many city council meetings, can we legally do business without a city attorney here to counsel you? I don't know that. You know, you have to tell me. You know, you're in a gray area here. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. I don't know. That's number one. But number 2, I don't know. You know, I'd like the idea of having a permanent city attorney. That's a nice thing to have. But as Bob just said, this man's been doing a phenomenal job. And, you know, some of his dissertations on some very deep thinking legal issues, you know, that get really wonky, he makes mincemeat out of them in the sense of making them simple words. The average John Q. citizen can understand exactly what he's saying, and puts in just common sense understanding, which is important not just for the audience and staff, but even for all of you, because I don't think you're attorneys and, you know, understand all the fine points. And the law gets very convoluted sometimes. So I think this guy's done a heck of a job. And so if this is designed to maybe eliminate what I see as a good city attorney, we're doing the public a great disservice here. You know, I was thinking, I counted at least 7 city attorneys I can remember over time. Might have had more. But one of them, I won't name names, but a long time ago, I ran into in downtown Riverside, and it was a fee issue with the city. And I was active in the building industry, and I was questioning it. And I remember asking the city attorney, I said, and this was an official city attorney, I said, is what the city planning to do legal? I'll never forget, the man stopped dead in his tracks, and he pondered, he looked up at the sky, and he says, in law, each party has the duty to do what they can get away with. That's literally the comment. I'd swear in testimony on what the man said. And, you know, that's where we came from. I don't want to see that again. You got a heck of a guy here who's doing a heck of a job, a heck of a service. If it's a monetary issue, work it out. You know, but as I said, you know, I see a good service has been done. As I said, we're on a good roll in this community. It's taken us decades to get here. And, you know, I just want to keep the ball rolling for the benefit of the citizens. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Pete Bleckard, Roy Bleckard, and Luis Palomares.
Well, this is the continuation of the Jempson story. Now, here we are with the hate from the two. We got to sit here, and because you belittled the city attorney, you heard me talk about it before, you haven't got your way. We've seen this happen before. You wanted a 3-0 vote with your own people. So this is a hate deal right off the get-go, and we're going to go around with this thing. Now, if the attorney was that bad before, why didn't you say something? He only got bad because he didn't go along with what you wanted to say. And he told you couldn't do what you wanted, so you had to whimper and cry, and you're going to fire him. That's what you're up to, and all you need is 3 votes to fire him. You got 2. All you got to do is convince them other 3 to give you 1 more. He's gone. Like I used to tell some of them over there sitting at the table now. Higher up the ladder, the closer to the door. Now, that's exactly what's going to happen. And, you know, it's a sad case. We've watched this happen time after time. Man up, you two. Say you hate the son of a gun and you want him fired. That's exactly what you're after. And add a little to it. Now, if you think you're man enough, that's what I would say. You know me. I'm going to tell you the way it is. You don't like it? Too bad. I've been here long enough, and I'm old enough to keep doing this crap. And I'll keep doing it as long as I can. So it doesn't matter to me what you'd say. So as long as you want to sit here and make the town look like Moron Valley, and we love to keep doing it, and you keep continuing it. It started with Judy Nieberger when she couldn't be the first mayor. And we called recalls right off that. Bang, bang, bang. We've had recalls and hate and fire and on and on. So let's keep going on it, and we can keep making us look kind of dumb. And eventually, someday, we might get enough people smart enough to run a city. I'm not interested in doing it. Too damn old to do it now. So I don't care. If it fails tomorrow, it ain't going to hurt me a bit. So get after it and fire the guy tonight. Stand up, you 2 guys, and just say that's what you want to do. It should be continued until after all the legal goes over with Dave. Now, he's either going to, you 2 wouldn't man up and say, hey, we made a mistake. You ain't going to never do that. You're going to sit there and have your way to fire people, show you how bad you are. Maybe after this deal goes in, there'll be 1 less sitting up there. We don't know. The law will move along. But I don't know. I look at this stuff and say, what did you guys ever do for this city? Put your money, your time, your equipment, or anything else and build something to the city and give back. Some of us did, but I don't know about you. I can portrays to that.
The next two speakers are Roy Bleckard and Luis Palomares.
Starting back with the October surprise, when Mr. Cabrera and Mr. Marquez sat there and did not give us once, and to this day, I have not heard the legal authority you had to appoint LaDonna Jempson that day. Yet you have the videotape. I sent it to you of the November 16th meeting, where when you had LaDonna on the council, and you said possibly, you put it on there to fire the city attorney who gave you sound and competent legal advice to try and keep us out of trouble, saying you could not appoint her that day. Mr. Marquez said, unfortunately, we're going ahead with it, and we will deal with the consequences. Mr. Cabrera said, swear her in. Where's LaDonna Jempson? You wonder why this comes up and why we're sitting here today and why everybody questions everything that's going on? If this was a proper deal and Mr. Cabrera wanted to do that, he would have had and put a proposal up there. Let's say, okay, let's compare a permanent city attorney versus a contract city. This is what this city does. This is what the cost is. This is what I think's going on. Didn't see that. Where is it? Where is the proposal that says that we need to make this change at this particular time? Where's the evidence that we need to do it? Not there. So then what was the purpose of this? Was it a de facto firing? We couldn't do it then, but we're going to try and pull it now. So when we get to the point of when we're having a question of what's going on, because we're not following proper procedures, proper protocol, proper etiquette, proper procedure as how these things should work. Not complicated. But again, as your evaluation shows, as the evidence shows, there was nothing wrong with the city attorney. Now again, if you can point to and put the stuff on the table, say, okay, we're going to do it, this is the options we have, then we're looking at a whole different system. We didn't have that. Then what is the motivation for bringing this today?
Luis Palomares.
Luis Palomares, community activist. I'll tell you what the motivation is: revenge from Cabrera here, Ulysses Cabrera. He's taking care of his pal Marcus here. He probably wants to get somebody in here that's as corrupt as him, and will turn the blind eye. Revenge, dictatorship, thinking. I lost my train of thinking. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. That's the bottom line. When all this happened with LaDonna Jempson, you didn't need 3 votes. You had a quorum, 2 votes, like you were saying about the planning commission earlier. What if somebody else ain't here? That's a stupid move because you're ignorant. Okay, now, as far as it's all based on revenge, let me get even. I want to get rid of this guy kept us sound. This city attorney kept us sound. We could have had all kinds of lawsuits. He saved us. He saved us from a lot of things you and Marcus wanted to do and did. And the DA said, hey, turn it around or we're going to go take care of business. And we're still arguing up there with the city attorney, Cabrera and Mark, saying, oh, wow, can we do this tomorrow? Can we do this next time? Because you were so adamant at keeping that lady up there that was hitting the fan, LaDonna Jempson, cussing like a sailor, throwing whatever on the walls, papers or pins or whatever. Wow, that's who you want in there. And then you want to replace our city attorney, because that's what it's really about. Man up, be a man, don't be a coward. Say what it's really about. It's revenge and and vindictiveness. That's what it is. That's the campaign you're on. Like you're all involved with the city clerk thing. You are part of that. You were a part of that. And you convinced, you finally got your way. That's what you do. You persist and persist and persist. So you open the, let's just have a discussion. Well, wow, okay. Other cities have city attorneys. Other cities have contract city attorneys. Okay. If you want to hire the guy, then hire the guy. But it's not about that, really. It's about showing him the door. And like Roy said, the higher you are, hey, you're closer to the door. Like you're the mayor. You're the mayor, Cabrera. You're closer to the door. So remember that on your next campaign, on your forever campaign, never-ending campaign. So that's what it's really about. Man up. You're second here, the one that always says, second, I make the motion. That's all he's good for. Lying and costing the community money. You know, all of the shame that comes with it and all of the lawsuits. Shame on you, Marcus, and shame on you, Ulysses Cabrera. You're a shame to our...
That concludes public comment, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That brings us now to council deliberation, if desired. I don't see any hands raised. I will just share some brief comments here. At the last council meeting, we took a vote, right, to add this to the agenda, and that's how we got here. And Ms. Palomares, please, let's be respectful. And we have the item on the agenda now. And so all I'm hoping for is that if there is a consensus here on the dais to move forward with issuing an RFP to bring on a permanent city attorney, that it would be a transparent process, unlike what happened previously. It was done almost as untransparent as something can be done. It was done behind closed doors, in a closed session, no public input. It was done very, very untransparent. And so if we do move forward with issuing an RFP, that's all I'm hoping for, that we have an open and transparent process, give the public an opportunity to give their input, just like members of the public have given their input here tonight, so that the public can give their perspective and share their opinion. And then also would like to just clarify, from conversations with staff, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding is that financially, economically, it is a much better option to have a contract city attorney, a contracted legal firm, as opposed to having in-house legal counsel. So I'm definitely not asking or advocating for hiring in-house legal counsel as we've had before. That's not at all what I'm asking for. What I am asking for is that we go through a process to accept applications, accept proposals, conduct interviews, go through that process, and see if there may be another legal firm out there who may provide higher quality services, possibly even for a better price. That's all I'm asking for. You know, I'm trying to be
to a form where we wouldn't have gave them the meets standard eval. So I would like to motion to amend the substitute original to bring an item back at the next meeting to consider replacing interim title to permanent city attorney for Steve Quintanilla. That's my motion. Looking for a second.
And I do see a request or a hand raised here from Councilmember Marquez.
Steve was asked if he wanted to have a full-time job here, and he said no. Because he's got his own company or his own business. He was asked, how would you like to come aboard full-time? And his answer said, no, I don't want it. And that's all I'm going to say about this.
And if I can add briefly as well, I forgot to mention this, but if we do move forward with an RFP, that doesn't preclude our current interim city attorney from applying and submitting a proposal and going through the process. We should allow that to happen. So just to clarify, I forgot to mention that earlier as well.
I second the motion on the floor.
Okay. So there was a motion from Mayor Pro Tem, and there's a second from Councilmember Santa Cruz. Before we vote, would any other council members like to make any comments or add anything?
Yes, so
Just repeat the motion one more time so everyone's clear what the motion is.
the motion is to amend the substitute original, which is give bring it back, since it's not on the agenda, to replace his title today. I need to bring it to the council right now, back at the next meeting, to consider replacing the word interim title, or his title, to permanent, and just vote for permanent city attorney for the current Steve Quintanilla. That's my motion.
Okay, so the motion second, please vote. And that passes with 3 yeses and 2 nos. So that will bring us next to item I on the agenda. We're getting close to the end here. It's pretty late, but first item on I is the report.
Mayor? Can we wait? Let us get the interim
Yes.
city attorney back in here, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is someone letting him know?
Yes, Michael is.
Okay. Perfect. Welcome in.
We thought you left.
Okay, so we will continue on with the city council reports. First, we have the March Joint Powers Commission report from Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight, I'm providing an update from the March Joint Powers Commission meeting that was held on Wednesday, June 14th. We voted to distribute land sales revenue from the Amazon Distribution Center in the Meridian South Campus, and the city of Moreno Valley will be receiving $3,875,000 from that. We also heard an update by the commander of the Navy Reserve Center, which was very interesting. Did you guys know we have a Navy Reserve Center at the Air Force Base? Finally, we approved a memorandum of understanding for the extension of Village West Drive South to Nandina Avenue on the JPA. And that concludes my update on the last March Joint Powers Commission meeting that was held on Wednesday, June 14th.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Next, we have RTA from Councilmember Marquez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Tonight, I'm providing an update from the RTA Board Administration Operations Committee meeting held on June 7th. The committee heard a presentation about the University Pass, referred to as a UPass program, and approved to renew the revenue agreement for the 23-24 school year. The committee also heard a presentation regarding California broker compensation disclosure reporting for public agencies. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the School District City Joint Task Force report from Councilmember Santa Cruz.
The School District City Joint Task Force met today, and we did have in attendance our partners with Moreno Valley Unified, Lake Paris, Think Together, and Moreno Valley College supervisor, county supervisor, as well as the City of Moreno Valley Police Department, Transportation, and Parks and Community Services. Updates that we had today was we did quickly discuss the need for pools at the high schools for our community. We were told that the school district is looking at portable pools, which I spoke to our parks director and said we won't be able to do swimming lessons at a portable pool, but nonetheless, they're looking at bringing some portable pools into the high schools just to have some access to water, I guess. RTA is looking to do a summer bus pass program. They're working right now with Harupa Unified. So they came to our meeting hoping to connect with Moreno Valley and Valverde Unified to provide bus passes to reduce tardy, to get bus passes so they can get to school when there's issues with parents working and not being able to get a ride to school. So we did connect them with the school districts and did remind that Moreno Valley College students do have access to free busing. The city of Moreno Valley gave updates, very little updates because of the fact that schools are out of session, but we are providing our summer program for Think Together. So that is an 8 to 5 summer camp for students. They're provided with breakfast and lunch. It is running through July 21st. They are at capacity, though students will start at the beginning and some will stop coming, so they will fill their spots from the waiting list. So there are currently 350 students in Moreno Valley Unified attending the Think Together, and about half that attending at Valverde schools. The middle and high school programs are doing extended learning only for students that need to catch up, so it's not for everybody. And they are going to be having a health and wellness resource expo, and they'll be providing backpacks, toothbrushes, and other items for school for them to return to school later in the summer. Lake Paris started their junior lifeguard program today, and are they've just cleaned up their water and having people fish there at their regional Indian museum. Moreno Valley College reports that they're doing active shooter training, and they're planning already for their apprenticeship expo in October. And they have a unique opportunity for children only 9 to 12 years old to attend College for Kids from July 10th through the 13th. And it's just an opportunity to expose the kids to college and so they can learn about the college. And finally, the Board of Supervisors said that they are creating new task force that our residents may be interested in joining. There's 4 task force. One of them is African American. The other one is LGBTQ, Senior, and Housing and Homeless Committee. So they are accepting applications for Moreno Valley residents to join these county committees. And the next meeting for that is August 15th. That concludes my report for the Joint Task Force.
I wish my city council reports were that thorough. I have a shorter one here from RCTC. Tonight I'm providing updates from the Riverside County Transportation Commission meeting on June 14th. The commission heard a presentation on the 2023 Western Riverside Regional Arterials call for projects and approved the recommended projects, including Moreno Valley's Indian Street Cardinal Avenue Bridge project. The commission also approved the fiscal year 23-24 Southern California Regional Rail Authority operating and capital budget, which results in an operating subsidy of $28,231. Am I getting that wrong? Yeah, $28,231,736. It is late. That concludes. Actually, just want to mention as well that RCTC does have a program as well offering free rail transit for students and youth. All you have to do is show an ID to the train conductor, and they'll give you the free fare on the spot. And this is all throughout the entire summer. So any parents that are listening at home right now, if you have any youth, anyone under the age of 18, or any students, they do get free fare during the summer. All they have to do is show their ID, just in case that's something that might be helpful. And then to add on briefly for the call for projects, I want to thank our staff for helping to submit that and successfully getting this Indian bridge over the channel on the south side of town funded for design and planning. I know that's one of the items on our capital improvement project list. And so now we'll be able to design that, and hopefully the next step will be applying for federal funding for infrastructure monies to actually build it out. I know that's going to be huge for our public safety personnel, for both police and fire, and for traffic flows in our city in general. So I want to thank our staff for getting that done and getting at least 3 other projects on the contingency list. So if any of the primary projects fall off, those contingency projects will move up, and one of Moreno Valley's overpasses on the 60 is next on that list. So excellent job from our staff there. That'll conclude the city council reports. That brings us next to, there's no employee association report, so it brings us next to the famous city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, members, City Council. Just 3 items tonight. First, just a reminder that the Moreno Beach interchange, it is actually closed right now, going eastbound at Moreno Beach Drive, so you're going to be diverted utilizing the on and off ramp. And also for the next 3 nights on 21st, 22nd, 23rd, please avoid it from 11 to 6 on westbound. Moreno Beach Drive is going to be closed as well. As we are getting closer to finishing up the whole interchange project. We do have some good news that we're actually shooting for the end of the year for the whole project to be completed. And once again, that's something that we pursue. It's a $24 million project. Most of it is grant funded. So thank you for your support on that project. Second item is just a reminder that the Mobile Rocks and also Mobile Movies is going to start next week, starting with June 29th at the amphitheater. That's on Thursday at 6:30, and we're going to kick it off with Stone Soul, which is a Motown Hits cover band. So please do attend. Those are very fun events. And also on a Friday, we're going to start off with our movies. This is the Minions, The Rise of Gru. And so once again, these are free events, and please do come out. There's also going to be food vendors out there. Those are always fantastic events. And once again, thank you for the council for supporting our amphitheater. And this is very, very cool events to have. And finally, this is something I'm very, very excited and proud to announce that as your city manager and economic development director, I'm proud to announce that the California Association of Local Economic Development, CalEd, has selected Moreno Valley to receive the top award of excellence and grand prize in the game changer category. Now, this is the highest recognition that cities could receive in the field of economic development. We beat out 482 cities. We received the top award. And this is actually for something, what we have done in the past 9 years with the tremendous economic growth that we have experienced. As many of you know that, especially on the south side, back then there was not a lot of development, and we went through a huge growth spurt in the last 10 years, about 30 million square feet of industrial space, about 30,000 jobs created in the past 10 years. We went from a average household income of $63,000 that we're tracking 9 years ago to now over $96,000. So you're seeing a lot of great economic growth. Also with that, a lot of the new businesses are coming in. We have auto dealership, we have hotels, we have a lot more revenues coming in, which is help supporting a lot of the needs for the city with parks and also our public safety. So very proud of that. This is, of course, a collective effort of your whole development team, but also the council's effort in really supporting economic development. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Very well done. Thank you for your leadership, Mike. That brings us next to the closing comments from council members, and we'll start off first with District 1, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Okay, last one for a little bit, right? Just I want to recognize Pride Month once again, and I just wanted to share, although we may not fit into the LGBTQ label, we want to make sure that we continue to wear our rainbows and our pride clothing, and not to express who we are, but to express safety for those who may need some a safe space for someone to come. I work at a college campus. I make sure I wear my LA shirt as much as possible, because you never know when somebody's going to need to talk to somebody, and they just remember that you're a safe space. So I just want to remind us that it's Pride Month, but we should be looking at our most at-risk youth and community members all year long, not just during Pride Month. I want to give kudos to our parks team once again. An excellent celebration for the community. The performances, the catering, the just the attention to detail, everything out there, the plan, the booths. It was just a magnificent event this weekend for Juneteenth, and I just appreciate how much work goes into that. And it's just such a wonderful event. And there, we spoke to a lot of people out there, and not everybody was from Moreno Valley. It's a great event for Moreno Valley, but we also are pulling in people from our region because we have such a great event. So thank you for being out there. Thanks, the sheriffs, you guys all out there with your explorers, our parks team. I mean, just all hands on deck, and it was great. So thank you so much. I look forward to the next one. Commencement at Moreno Valley College. I attended that. That was a wonderful event. We even had our sheriffs up on horses at that event, so that was great. I think there was over 1,000 graduates. So our residents are getting an education, and they're finishing at Moreno Valley College. So kudos to all of them. I did do a tour of Box Springs Municipal Water District on Friday. There's 4 new water pumps out there. They're using a lot of the money that has been coming in from the developers. They are making the improvements. They are making doing a lot better than they were a year ago. So I really enjoyed that time that I spent over there. I also did a ride along with Code. We toured all of District 1. And if you haven't noticed, they did a lot of work on Sunnymead Boulevard. We had I had the opportunity to take a tour with the Community Enhancement and Neighborhood Services Division Manager, Robert Alvarez. During the tour, he shared with me the progress of the Sunnymead Boulevard beautification operation, which began in January. And this was to address property maintenance and landscaping concerns. So they started on Frederick and Sunnymead and have moved all the way to Heacock. So if you look at the businesses from Frederick to Heacock, all of the palm trees and all of the landscaping along Sunnymead has been either already completed or is in progress, and we're starting now from moving from Heacock to Indian. So right now, we had 45 cases that were opened in that area, and only 4 remain open today. The code enforcement team is working closely with those property owners, and the city palm trees along Sunnymead have also been trimmed. So if you see any palm trees on Sunnymead Boulevard, I think there's 4 that are not trimmed. Those are actually on private property, and we're currently working with the property owners to get those trimmed back too. But it's not cheap to do, so we're working with them. I also did a tour of the animal shelter. The expansion there for the outdoor units has already started. We are having a event to get to empty the shelter as soon as 4th of July is over. 6 and 7. And also, don't forget, we have a new mascot, a burro, and join us on 4th of July to get to name him, enter the contest to name our new Moreno Valley mascot. So I'll see you on 4th of July. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have District 3 Councilmember David Marquez.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to say to the community, have a safe 4th of July. Remember, no fireworks are legal in this city. If you have pocket change like $3,500 and you want to do your fireworks, go ahead. The city will take that from you. But please, be safe out there. I just want to comment on a couple of the residents that spoke today. You talk about hate. You know, these people that constantly come up here and criticize not only myself, but other members on the council. You know, if you hate us that much, why don't you recall us? Why don't you recall us if you don't like us up here? You tried that once before with me, it didn't work. Why don't you try it again? You might succeed. A lot of things were said tonight that I took very, very offensive to. Stop bringing my family into this move that I made to Marietta. I don't live in Marietta. I live in Moreno Valley. And if you people stop stalking me in Marietta, be careful. You're on camera. I've seen it. I've also seen it in my apartment where I live at. Stay away. And you know who I'm talking to out there. This is a constant thing on a daily basis. So let's just say this. You talk about an event that happened 2.5 years ago, maybe longer. I did speak on that event, my part, and it's on public record on a talk show about 2 weeks ago. I exactly said what went on that day here in the council. You keep bringing up that I didn't apologize. I have nothing to apologize for. If you listen to that tape recording, you'll understand what went wrong that day or what went right that day or why it was done that day. But you stand up here and you want to criticize something you don't know about. Just don't understand you people. If you think you can do a better job up here, then run for the council. But no, you don't, because you don't think you can do a better job. I don't think you could. You talk about planning commission. We have always had a planning commission problem, even with the past mayor. He didn't appoint people for almost 7 months, 6 months to commissions. And then you guys want to come up here and crucify the mayor or myself? There's 3 other people on this council. But you're not going to attack your people. You're just going to attack both of us. But you know what? That's fine. Because the residents out there already know what's going on. As for this GoFundMe page, well, you know, it's none of your business out there what I do. I have to defend my rights, and I'm doing it. I have city people, business people, residents donate it to me. I've reached my goal of $25,000 because people know and they believe in me. Not like you people out here that want to come and criticize. Wait till December. Well, you might not have to wait till December. You know, this could be my last meeting. I don't have to come back after the recess. Who knows? All I could say is this. This city would be a lot better if we didn't have these individuals coming up here criticizing personal vendettas, just like they are on this council. Personal vendetta. And that's what it is. I've been on this council 7 years. I have not one resident ever complained of how I run my district. Not one. So with that being said, I wish everybody a happy 4th of July, and I hope to see you maybe back in August. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Next, we have Council Member Shaylinda Bernard. And Ms. Palomares, I've already warned you multiple times over multiple meetings. Let's just please be respectful to the speakers up here. Let's be respectful, please. Council Member.
Okay, I won't keep you guys too long. We're getting late. I want to say the Juneteenth event, I want to give kudos to Jeremy's staff. It was a wonderful event. It was well attended. I have a proclamation up here that wasn't able to be presented at the Juneteenth event from the County Board of Supervisor, Dr. Ixine Gutierrez, for the city of Moreno Valley regarding Juneteenth. So I want to make sure that this makes it upstairs. Also, the 4th of July is coming. Fireworks are illegal. I know I'm getting the calls. I know we always talk about pets. We always talk about our veterans. But I want to talk about something we don't talk about when it comes to fireworks. Babies. I had fireworks going off with my child who was 3.5, 4 months old, and I didn't think about it till they started going off, and he was scared and screaming. It took us a good 3 hours to calm him down. So just remember, it's not always pets, it's not always veterans and things like. There are children who have never heard fireworks before, and it's very scary. And as a parent trying to calm them down, that is very traumatic for all of us. So just please be considerate of each other, be considerate of your neighbors. You know, I'm always okay, and I shouldn't say this with some sparklers, but I have heard some things going off that are putting Disneyland to shame in some of these neighborhoods. And for the residents that have been contacting me, if you can help us narrow down the house it's in, if you see your neighbors doing it, you can report it anonymously. We can't just drive around and hopefully run up on somebody doing fireworks. We need more specific information because we can't just knock on all the doors and ask, are you the one playing with the fireworks? Also, fireworks safety is important because I've got a few cases as a social worker where people have been handling fireworks and have lost limbs, their fingers and things like that. There are children out here that have lost their fingers and their hands. So we have to make sure that we understand that they are serious, leave it to the professionals, and we will see you guys on the 4th of July. I'm going to steal Mayor Pro Tem's thunder a little bit. I'm gonna go with some Jerry Springer over here. Please be kind to each other and take care of each other. And we will see you guys on August 15th or the 4th of July if you guys come out to see us.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we have closing comments from Mayor Pro Tem Delgado.
It never hurts to reinforce being kind, right? I mean, that's kind of like a human dignity thing. I wrote a bunch of stuff down, but I'm not going to talk about it. Kenny's got to go home. He's got to go east. So, but what I will say is slow down, people. We lost 2 deputies in the last 2 months in traffic accidents, and then we lost a couple residents recently on a head-on collision. So slow down, be considerate of other drivers, be safe on the 4th of July, and be kind to one another. It's not that hard. I say that every time, and you guys probably think I'm crazy, but it's really not that hard.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll try to keep mine pretty short. Usually have a full page, but I'll keep it short and brief. So first, just want to mention briefly, I won't go into any details. Juneteenth was absolutely a success. It was even better than last year, better attendance, and everybody had an amazing time. There was a unfortunate incident that occurred with a resident here. I won't go into more details, but one thing I will say is that I've said it before from the dais, and I will say it again, that I will never, ever stand for any form of violence, especially physical violence, from a member of the public against any of us up here on the dais. And even less, any council members even instigating or egging on any of that kind of behavior. So I'll just leave it at that. But ultimately, as mayor, I'm also responsible for my colleagues up here on the dais and for all of my constituents, all of you that are at home. And I will never, ever stand for any form of violence, no matter how much we may disagree on policies or politics. It should never escalate to physical altercations. So I will leave that at that. I was able to attend a Inland Empire conversation with the Chief Service Officer, Josh Friday, who runs the California Volunteers Program for the state of California. He is a Governor Newsom appointee. He came down and had an event here at UC Riverside. I was able to attend alongside Mayor Patricia Locke Dawson, and he was giving information about the new California College Corps program. There is a grant application available for that. Riverside automatically got funding because they're the Big 13, but there's going to be new rounds of funding, and I want to make sure that Moreno Valley applies for that once that's available. So with more information coming, I'll make sure to get that to staff as well. Edgemont Women's Club had their mural unveiling for Miss Kendall, who was a pillar in the community for many, many decades. That was very, very nice. I was very happy to attend. Thank you for having me, to everyone at the Edgemont Women's Club. Celebration Park, there was a wellness and mental health fair held there last weekend. I want to commend those who put it together, and also want to just say that one of the things I think we all need to get more comfortable with is talking about our mental health, especially all of us who carry heavy loads and work long hours, making sure that we're taking care of our own mental health and that we're comfortable talking about it as well. I think that's a conversation we need to expand on. I also was able to attend MVC commencement, my alma mater. Congratulations to all the MVC graduates. Juneteenth celebration, again, that was a success. Homeownership Summit, invitation for anyone watching. We are having a homeownership summit. I'm working alongside some of my colleagues in the real estate sector and real estate industry to have a homeownership summit at the Conference and Recreation Center this Saturday, June 24th, from 9:30 to 11:30. It is a free event. We will have light refreshments and pastries available this Saturday morning. So if anyone would like to come out and learn about resources to become a first-time home buyer, we know how critical it is to building generational wealth, and I want to make sure that we're doing our part to educate our residents. So again, Homeownership Summit this Saturday, June 24th, from 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. at our Conference and Recreation Center in the ballroom. We invite all of you to come out, English and Spanish speaking as well. Happy belated Father's Day to all the fathers here. Hope you guys all had a very nice weekend. New mascot, donkey mascot. Hats off to staff for thinking outside the box. Kudos to you. And last but not least, happy 4th of July to everybody. Please stay safe. If you can, come out and join us for the festival and parade so we can all have a good time. Fireworks show at the end. And just stay safe, have a good summer, and we'll see you in August. We will now adjourn this meeting at 10:45 p.m. Thank you.